from living a longer, healthier life, because it leads to things like weakness, mobility issues, and over time, osteoporosis.
You are not waiting for life to change. You are shifting into the state where it already has. You are not hoping for abundance, love, or success. You are embodying it now. The secret is not in wanting, but in assuming. When you assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you do not chase, you do not beg, you do not struggle, you simply are. Look around you, not with the eyes of limitation, but with the vision of fulfillment. You do not need to see it physically to know it is real. The unseen is more powerful than the seen, for all that exists in the visible world was once only imagined. The moment you claim it in consciousness, it is already yours. The world is only a reflection, a mirror that will rearrange itself according to your inner state. You must walk, speak, and think from the place of already having. If wealth is what you seek, carry yourself with the confidence of one who is already wealthy. If love is what you desire, move through the world as one who is already cherished and adored. You do not ask for what is already yours. You live in the knowing that it is done. The mind is the womb of creation, and every assumption hardens into fact. Doubt has no place in this reality. Fear is an illusion created by attachment to appearances. When you persist in the assumption of already having, circumstances lose their power over you. The outer world may show you the opposite of your desire, but you must remain unmoved, knowing that your assumption, when unwavering, must solidify into form. Every great change begins in silence, in the unseen realm of consciousness. You do not need permission from the world to become who you desire to be. You only need to give yourself permission to assume the state now. The world will follow. The key to transforming your reality is not in waiting for external conditions to change, but in assuming the feeling of already having what you desire. This is not about wishing, hoping, or pleading. It is about knowing, accepting, and embodying. When you assume the state of the wish fulfilled, you do not act as someone longing for a new reality. You move as if it is already yours. You do not chase after it. You dwell in it mentally, emotionally, and spiritually until the world catches up. Every manifestation begins in the unseen realm. What you desire already exists, but it is waiting for you to align with it. The moment you claim it within yourself, the process begins. Most people believe they must first see evidence before they can feel secure in their desire, but the truth is the opposite. You must first feel it before it becomes visible. The outer world is only a reflection of the inner state. It is like a mirror. It does not create your reality, it simply reflects what you assume to be true. When you hold an image in your mind and persist in the feeling of already possessing it, your subconscious mind accepts it as fact. It does not argue, it does not doubt. It simply follows the blueprint you impress upon it. This is why assumption is so powerful. The moment you assume a state and fully dwell in it, everything in your world begins to shift. They are aligned to bring that assumption into form. To assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, go of the idea that you are separate from your desire. There is no gap between what you want, except the one you create by thinking it is not yet yours. The feeling of already having it dissolves that separation. When you no longer see yourself as someone in lack, but instead as someone who already possesses what they seek, you move differently. Your words change, your actions align, and the energy you carry shifts. You stop looking for signs because you know the signs will come. You stop asking because you already have. Doubt and fear cannot exist when you are fully immersed in your new state. The mind may try to pull you back to the old reality, presenting reasons why your assumption cannot be true, but you must not waver. You must persist in the feeling, refusing to let appearances dictate your state. The world is simply showing you past assumptions playing out. If you remain unmoved by what seems to be, the new assumption will solidify into fact. Many people struggle with this because they are conditioned to react to the physical world instead of directing it. But the truth is, The world is always responding to you, not the other way around. When you assume a state, life organizes itself to match that assumption. If you assume you are loved, you will begin to attract love in many forms. If you assume success, opportunities will appear that align with that belief. But if you assume lack, struggle, rejection, the world will mirror those assumptions back to you. When you begin to live from the unseen, you no longer need physical proof to believe in your desire. You are not moved by what the world shows you, because you know that the world is delayed in its response. The seed of assumption must be planted and nurtured before it breaks through the soil. Just because you cannot yet see it does not mean it is not growing beneath the surface. The oak tree is already contained within the acorn, even before it emerges. In the same way, your desire is already complete in the unseen, even before it materializes. The mind conditioned by the physical world struggles with this concept. It wants immediate validation, tangible evidence before belief, but this is backward thinking. The law is simple: assume first and the world will follow. If you wait for the world to change before you believe, you will wait forever. But the moment you claim it internally, without needing proof, the process begins. You must persist in the unseen even when the world tells you otherwise. There will be moments when circumstances seem to contradict your assumption. You may feel doubt creeping in. But understand this: the outer world is slow to catch up to new assumptions, and the appearance of opposition is often just the final echo of old beliefs fading away. But the moment you claim it internally, without needing proof, the process begins. You must persist in the unseen even when the world tells you otherwise. There will be moments when circumstances seem to contradict your assumption. You may feel doubt creeping in. But understand this: the outer world is slow to catch up to new assumptions, and the appearance of opposition is often just the final echo of old beliefs fading away. The wise do not
morning I heard something that really stuck with me. You have to persist in the unseen and know you. So this morning, something I heard stuck with me. You have to persist in the unseen even though you see otherwise. Meaning if you had some type of goal that you set,
is often may feel doubt creeping in the unseen even when the world tells you otherwise.
morning I was listening to Neville Goddard. He said, persist in the unseen even though the world tells you otherwise. And then it really stuck with me because it's exactly what you're being taught. You have what don't persist in the unseen even though we see otherwise. You don't see nobody in your household doing what you want to do. You don't know nobody that's doing what you want to do. The idea of you doing what you want to do might sound crazy because where the hell did you get the idea in the first place? And or your idea, how are you going to do it? You might not know nobody that's doing the things that you need to be a part of to accomplish your goal. That's the unseen that you need to persist to go forth to get what you want. It's like when you walk across stage in high school to get your goal. All those 12 years were persisting in the unseen. So that really corresponds to anything that you want. Anything. The difference with school is you was mandatory, you had to go. I mean, unless your parents was going to keep your ass home. So why is it so hard for us to take something new and keep going because we don't see immediate results? Is it because everything is so readily available to us that we want immediate results? Or do we lose belief halfway through or not even halfway through? As soon as we try and don't see results, thus digging up the seed that we planted? If it's that easy, do we only have to conquer self? I think that's the key to life, isn't it? If you believe you can achieve, sounds cheesy, but that shit might be the answer.
There will be moments when circumstances seem to contradict your assumption. You may feel doubt creeping in. But understand this, the outer world is slow to catch up to new assumptions, and the appearance of opposition is often just the final echo of old beliefs fading away. The wise do not react to appearances. They remain faithful to the unseen. They know that reality is not determined by what is visible, but by what is imagined with conviction. Think of those who have changed the world. The greatest inventors, leaders, and creators all saw something in their minds before anyone else could. They did not rely on the evidence of the present moment. They created a new future by believing in what was not yet seen. They acted from their vision, not from their circumstances. They understood that the unseen was the true reality, and they persisted until the world had no choice but to conform. This is the secret to all transformation. You are not separate from your desires. They exist within you now. The only question is whether you will assume them into being. When you embrace the unseen as more real than the seen, you move with certainty. You do not ask when will it come, because you already know it is here. You do not seek because you have found. You do not hope because you are. The world is only a reflection, and reflections take time to shift. But when you hold your assumption without wavering, the mirror must eventually reveal the new image. The unseen is not distant, it is immediate. It is not imaginary, it is the only true reality. The moment you realize this, you stop reacting and start creating. The moment you accept that the unseen holds everything you desire, you live from it. And when you live from it, the world must bow to your assumption. The power of feeling cannot be overstated. It is the bridge between the unseen and the seen, the energy that transforms imagination into reality. Thought alone is not enough. It is the feeling behind the thought that gives it life. You may tell yourself 1,000 times that you are successful, but if the feeling within you contradicts that statement, the words are empty. It is not what you say, but what you feel to be true that shapes your world. The subconscious mind does not respond to mere affirmations. It responds to the emotions you embody. The feeling is the secret. Every moment you are radiating a feeling, whether consciously or unconsciously. That feeling is like a signal, broadcasting to the universe what you expect, what you believe, and what you assume to be real. If you want to change your life, you must change the signal you are sending out. The feeling must match the reality you wish to experience. You cannot feel lack and expect abundance, feel lonely and expect love, feel fearful and expect security. The external world is always a reflection of the dominant emotions you carry within. This is why assumption must be felt. If you assume success but feel doubt, the feeling of doubt will win. If you assume love but feel unworthy, the feeling of unworthiness will manifest. The subconscious mind is not tricked by words. It takes orders from the emotions behind them. The key is to generate within yourself the same feeling you would have if your desire were already fulfilled. You must dwell in the emotional state of the wish fulfilled, living in the joy, the relief, the satisfaction of already happy. This is not daydreaming or fantasizing. It is a deliberate and sustained shift in your inner state. It is the art of mentally and emotionally placing yourself in the position of already being the person you wish to become. When you do this correctly, the feeling becomes so real that the outer world must respond. It has no choice but to mirror the internal reality you have established. This is the law. The challenge for many people is they are used to reacting to what they see rather than generating the feeling from within. They look around at their current conditions and let those conditions dictate how they feel. But the law works in reverse. It is the feeling that comes first, and the conditions follow. This means you must learn to feel independent of circumstances. You must train yourself to hold the feeling of success even when the world tells you otherwise. You must hold the feeling of love even when you are alone. You must hold the feeling of abundance even when the bank account is empty. This is how reality shifts. There is no need to force feelings in your inner state. It is the art of mentally and emotionally placing yourself in the position of already being the person you wish to become. When you do this correctly, the feeling becomes so real that the outer world must respond. It has no choice but to mirror the internal reality you have established. This is the law. The challenge for many people is that they are used to reacting to what they see rather than generating the feeling from within. They look around at their current conditions and let those conditions dictate how they feel. But the law works in reverse. It is the feeling that comes first, and the conditions follow. This means you must learn to feel independent of circumstances.
up in a shitty ass place, haven't had a shower. This is a crazy example. And you're supposed to feel, and try to feel like you woke up in a 5-star hotel with all the amenities and accoutrements right there at your fingertips. How hard is that? How hard is it to do some shit like that? That's why it's so hard to get out your situation, because changing your environment helps you feel the feelings you need to feel to be who you need to be. And if you need to feel what you need to feel before you can become who you need to be, that's some serious fortitude that you gotta have. That shit is crazy. Can you do it? Yeah, I can. I don't know how long I keep it up, but I can do it.
You must train yourself to hold the feeling of success even when the world tells you otherwise. You must hold the feeling of love even when you are alone. You must hold the feeling of abundance even when the bank account is empty. This is how reality shifts. There is no need to force feelings. The subconscious mind does not respond to strain or effort. The best way to generate the feeling of the wish fulfilled is through imagination. Close your eyes and enter a scene in which your desire is already a reality. Make it vivid. See the details, hear the sounds, touch the textures. But most importantly, feel. Feel the emotions of already having. Let the joy, the gratitude, the security flood your body. Let it become so real within you that when you open your eyes, the outer world feels like the dream. When you can do this consistently, the bridge of events will unfold naturally, leading you to your desire. Doubt may arise, but it has no power unless you give it attention. The mistake many people make is that they feel the wish fulfilled for a moment and then immediately check the physical world for confirmation.
I really know I've helped people, and I took my own pain, and I was able to help.
When they do not see immediate change, they return to their old feelings of doubt and lack. But this interrupts the process. The outer world takes time to rearrange itself according to your new assumption. Your job is to remain faithful to the feeling, regardless of appearances. The longer you sustain the feeling, the faster the world must align. If it comes first, and the conditions follow. The challenge for many people is that they are used to reacting on. It has no choice but to mirror the internal reality you have established. This is the law. The challenge for many people is the art of mentally already having. This is not daydreaming or fantasizing. It is a wish fulfilled, living in the joy, the relief, the satisfaction of already having. This is not daydreaming or fantasizing. It is a deliberate and sustained shift in your inner state. It is the art of mentally and emotionally placing yourself in the position of already being the person you wish to become. When you do this correctly, the feeling becomes so real that the outer world must respond. It has no choice but to mirror the internal reality you have established. This is the law. The challenge for many people is that they are used to reacting to what they see rather than respond. It has no choice but to mirror the internal reality you have established. This is the law. The challenge for many people is that they are used to reacting to what they see rather than generating the feeling from within. They look around at their current conditions and let those conditions dictate how they feel. But the law works in reverse. It is the feeling that comes first, and the conditions follow. This means you must learn to feel independent of circumstances. You must train yourself to hold the feeling of success even when the world tells you otherwise. You must hold the feeling of love even when you are alone. You must hold the feeling of abundance even when the bank account is empty. This is how reality shifts. There is no need to force feelings. The subconscious mind does not respond to strain or effort. The best way to generate the feeling of the wish fulfilled is through imagination. Close your eyes and enter a scene in which your desire is already a reality. Make it vivid. See the details, hear the sounds, touch the textures. But most importantly, feel. Feel the emotions of already having. Let the joy, the gratitude, the security flood your body. Let it become so real within you that when you open your eyes, the outer world feels like the dream. When you can do this consistently, the bridge of events will unfold naturally, leading you to your desire. Doubt may arise, but it has no power unless you give it attention. The mistake many people make is that they feel the wish fulfilled for a moment and then immediately check the physical world for confirmation. When they do not see immediate change, they return to their old feelings of doubt and lack. But this interrupts the process. The outer world takes time to rearrange itself according to your new assumption. Your job is to remain faithful to the feeling, regardless of appearances. The longer you sustain the feeling, the faster the world must align. Imagine a person who has received the best news of their life. Maybe they have won a great prize, secured their dream job, or found the love they have always desired. Their body is light, their energy is high, their movements are relaxed. They are not waiting for something to happen. They are basking in the joy of it already being done. This is the feeling you must cultivate even before the evidence appears. The world must conform. It is law. Many believe they must work hard, struggle, or fight for what they want. But creation is effortless when you master the art of feeling. The person who truly feels the wish fulfilled does not need to chase or beg. Their inner state attracts the outer conditions naturally. The opportunities, people, and circumstances that match their new feeling will be drawn to them without force. It may seem like coincidence or luck to others, but it is simply the law of assumption. To sustain the feeling, make it a practice. Challenge for many people is that they are used to reacting to what they see. Challenge for many people is that they are
Good morning, sir.
Questions lately in Maine?
Not in Maine.
Okay.
You got time for level 3? I'll just check $3 in your registration.
If that's what you would like me to do.
I would. But if I'm going to make you late, I'm not going to do it.
I do have to be in Pennsylvania in like 10 hours.
10 hours?
Yeah. Kinda.
I'll go fast, I promise.
All right, let's go.
I'll be right there.
Thank you. Inspection time.
Grabbed the one on the trailer.
Yes, sir.
I grabbed the registration out of the trailer. If you could just give me the truck one, a bill of lading, and your license. It's just you, right? You don't have a co-driver.
Just me. License. And cab card.
Do you have a bill of lading? Are you loaded?
Oh, the bill later. I'm looking for stuff where it ain't supposed to be.
Canadians call them shipping papers.
Shipping papers. There you are, sir.
And you go back to PA. You send your e-log to my truck.
Yes, sir.
You know how to do it. I'm impressed. Wireless web is what we use. And the comment will be ME for Maine, then 4536, then just hit transfer. Magic. I don't know how it works, but it works.
That's right.
So all I'm going to do is type this up, check that, we'll be good.
Thank you, sir. All right. Vehicle inspection. It's been a while. Just had a vehicle inspection.
Challenge for many people is that they Challenge for many people is that they are used to reacting to what they see rather than generating the feeling from within. They look around at their current conditions and let those conditions challenge for many people is that they are used to reacting to what they see rather than generating the feeling from within. They look around at their current conditions and let those conditions dictate how they feel. But the law works in reverse. It is the feeling that comes first, and the conditions follow. This means you must learn to feel independent of circumstance. You must train yourself to hold the feeling of success even when the world tells you otherwise. You must hold the feeling of love even when you are alone. You must hold the feeling of abundance even when the bank account is empty. This is how reality fits. There is no need to force feelings. Conscious mind does not respond to strain or effort. The best way to generate the feeling of the wish fulfilled is to imagination. Close your eyes and enter a scene in which your desire is already a reality. Make it vivid. See the details, hear the sounds, touch the texture. But most importantly, feel. Feel the emotions of challenge for many people is that they are used to reacting to what they see rather than generating the feeling from within. They look around at their current condition. Practice. Every morning before the world impresses itself upon you, enter the feeling of already having. Throughout the day, return to it often. Before sleep, let your last thoughts and emotions be those of fulfillment. The more you make this a habit, the more natural it becomes. Soon, the feeling of already having will be second nature, and the world will be compelled to reflect it back to you. Feeling is the creative force. It is the key that unlocks the unseen into the seen. The moment you accept this, The moment you begin to live from the feeling of already having is the moment your world changes. The process is not one of effort, but of surrender. Surrendering to the reality that your desire is already yours. Imagination is the most powerful tool you possess, yet most people use it unconsciously. It shapes every experience, every encounter, every moment of your life. What you imagine with feeling is what materializes in your world. It is not something outside of you, nor is it a passive activity. It is the force that molds reality itself. If you wish to transform your life, you must first transform what you imagine. You must take control of the images you create in your mind, for they are the seeds of your future. The greatest mistake people make is using their imagination to reinforce their present circumstances rather than to create something new. They look at what is, and they allow their minds to replay the same scenes, the same struggles, the same limitations. They imagine worst-case scenarios, they relive past disappointments, they anticipate failure, and because they do so with emotion, they unknowingly bring these experiences into being. The world mirrors back to them what they have impressed upon the subconscious mind. Imagination, when directed deliberately, is the key to freedom. It is the means by which you step out of the limitations of the physical world and into the infinite possibilities of creation.
Last Sunday.
When you close your eyes and visualize, you are not merely entertaining fantasies. You are forming the blueprint of your future.
Yeah, come on up.
What you vividly imagine and feel to be real must.
Just a second.
Somewhere around.
Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Yep. It shows you making a lot of stops. You went like 200 miles.
Oh no, I was going. I was PCing over to some friends, Planet Fitness, like a nice area where I know I can just chill out, get showered up, see some people, and not be alone.
Okay. Just in case you get checked again, if you have any receipts from like Planet Fitness and all that.
Oh, I do. I got grocery receipts like in my.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah. That will help you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm almost done. It took me a little bit longer as I was figuring out mileage.
So should I like keep those with my notes?
No, as long as you have it on electronic or paper, anything like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I definitely got yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because it kind of looks like you're making stops.
Oh
like
no.
Deliveries and stuff.
No.
Okay.
No. No.
So don't wait. Tap the link below, watch the video presentation. I believe this is one of the best ways to create additional income streams in 2025. Tap the link below and I'll see you inside.
Law. To act as different. Instead of hoping for love, imagine yourself already cherished. Instead of waiting for success, imagine yourself already accomplished. The mind does not know the difference between what is real and what is imagined when you feel it deeply enough. The key is to make it as vivid as possible. When you construct a scene, do not watch it as an observer. Step into it. Feel it as though it is happening right now. Engage all your senses. What do you see? What do you hear? What do you smell? What textures are around you? The more real you make it, the more powerfully it imprints upon your subconscious. And once the subconscious mind accepts it as truth, the external world must conform. There is no need to struggle or force anything to happen. The moment you impress an idea upon the subconscious, events begin to arrange themselves in ways beyond your logical understanding. People, opportunities, and circumstances will shift as though by magic. but it is simply the natural outflow of what you have assumed to be real. One of the greatest tools for harnessing imagination is the practice of mental rehearsal. Every night before sleep, enter the state of your fulfilled desire. Close your eyes and construct a short scene that implies your wish is already a fact. If you desire success, imagine receiving congratulations from a trusted friend. If you desire love, imagine the embrace of your partner. If you desire health, imagine yourself moving with ease and joy. Repeat this scene over and over, allowing the feeling to deepen with each repetition.
So this is all good?
As you do this
No
night after
defects,
night,
no
something
violations or
remarkable
anything?
happens.
Just send it to the
Your
company.
subconscious begins to
And
accept it as reality.
they'll know what to
Your
do.
emotions
Yeah, they know what to do. I don't know what to do with that part.
Back real quick.
All right, you want me to do it?
Start moving
All right.
in harmony with the assumption of already having. The world adjusts itself accordingly. It is not a matter of if, it is only
Sorry,
a
it took a
matter
little
of
longer
when.
than I thought.
Hey,
Many
it is
doubt
what it
this
is.
process
It was
because
fast
they
though.
expect
Thank you.
immediate changes.
Have a good day.
But the outer world is simply a reflection of what has been consistently imagined. If you have spent years imagining lack, fear, and limitation, it may take time to shift the momentum, but persistence is the secret. You must not waver in your assumption. If an undesirable thought arises, do not fight it. Replace it. Bring yourself back to the state of the wish fulfilled. The reason most people fail to manifest their desires is because they allow the physical world to dictate what they imagine. They look at their current circumstances and allow them to determine how they feel and what they believe is possible. But imagination must come first. You must discipline yourself to imagine in spite of appearances. The world will not change until you change what you impress upon your subconscious. When you fully embrace this truth, you realize that you are never at the mercy of circumstances. You are always creating, whether you realize it or not. Every thought, every image, every feeling is forming the world around you. If you wish to transform your reality, transform your imagination first. Let go of the past. Stop reliving what was. Begin to imagine what can be. The mind is like a garden. If left unattended, weeds of doubt and fear will grow. But if cultivated with intention, it will produce the fruits of your desires. Every day, water the seeds of your ideal life.
This is a check my company collected for over $30,000. Here's another one for twice that, over $60,000. But it's for more money than most people make in a year. All of these checks were sent to me by local governments nationwide. Because I figured out how to turn something local municipalities do each and every day into multiple streams of income, legally, with hardly any competition. And after donating to hundreds of people across the country, I'm convinced that almost anyone can do this and greatly improve their financial situation. Let me explain. As you know, the government loves to overtax the private, especially on real estate. I mean, in some areas, real estate taxes are running tens of thousands of dollars per year. Everywhere there's thousands of dollars per year. And some folks, well, they run it one time, they can't pay a real estate tax. So they're forced to go to taxable. Now get this. The house sells for taxes. The cost of auction. Now it's right to right. X money over it. And you could end up paying more for the homeowner, never will have a most of the time, what country does it take off the ocean right now? Back down. So what you got to do, we can help the plumber at the
And water the seeds of your ideal life. Spend time in the feeling of already having. Saturate your subconscious with images of fulfillment. Train yourself to dwell in the reality you wish to experience. Do not be discouraged if changes do not appear instantly. Trust in the unseen. Just as a planted seed does not sprout overnight, your assumptions take time to materialize. But if you remain faithful to the feeling of having, rather than needing, the harvest is inevitable. There is no limit to what you can create. The only limit is the one imposed by your imagination. You can see it in your mind. If you can feel it is real, it must come to pass. Imagination is a gateway to all that you desire. Use it wisely. Persistence is the bridge between imagination and reality. It is the unwavering commitment to the assumption that your desire is already fulfilled, regardless of what the outer world shows you. Most people approach manifestation with excitement in the beginning, but when they do not see immediate results, they begin to doubt. Doubt weakens the assumption, causing delays or even preventing the manifestation altogether. To truly master the art of creation, you must persist until what you have assumed hardens into fact. This is the key to transforming your life. The subconscious mind does not distinguish between what is real and what is imagined. It only accepts what is repeatedly impressed upon it. If you persist in an assumption long enough, it becomes a belief, and beliefs shape reality. Every condition in your life right now is the result of past assumptions that have solidified. If you want to change your life, you must remain steadfast in your new assumption, even when the external world contradicts it. Most people fail to manifest their desires because they allow external circumstances to dictate their inner state. If they do not see immediate results, they assume their manifestation is not working, and in doing so, they reinforce the old reality. But manifestation is not about reacting to what is. It is about remaining loyal to the unseen until it becomes seen. The moment you waver, you are planting seeds of doubt, which counteract the seeds of faith you had previously sown. Think of a seed planted in the ground. When you plant it, you do not dig it up every day to check if it is growing. You trust that beneath the soil it is taking root and will eventually sprout. The same principle applies. Once your desire is fulfilled, you must persist in that belief without constantly looking for evidence. The evidence will appear in time, but only if you remain faithful to the assumption. Many people mistake persistence for effort. They think persistence means constantly thinking about their desire or trying to force results. But true persistence is not about mental strain. It is about sustaining a state of knowing. It is the quiet conviction that what you desire is already yours. It is the refusal to entertain opposing thoughts. When doubt arises, persistence means gently bringing yourself back to the state of the wish fulfilled. The world around you may initially reflect your past assumptions, and this is where most people give up. They see the same struggles, the same limitations, the same disappointments, and they assume nothing is changing. But the outer world is merely a reflection of past assumptions. It takes time for new assumptions to replace old ones. The key is to not be discouraged by what you see. Ignore it. Do not react. Stay committed to the reality you have created within.
I believe this is going to change your life. Yeah, that simple circle is a cell. Look, I believe this in my heart because this is exactly what happened to me. I was questioning, do I have a thyroid problem? And that's why I have no energy. That's why I had anxiety. That's why I couldn't sleep through the night. That's why I started getting what I called skinny fat. And that's why my hair was thinning. My body temperature was low. Oh, I went to an endocrinologist, right? And of course they did all of the blood work. And unfortunately, my blood work even came back normal. And what they didn't tell me is what I'm about to show you.
Do not react. Stay committed to the reality you have created within, and the outer world will have no choice but to conform. Every great achievement, every breakthrough, every transformation comes from someone who refused to give up. Look at any success story and you will see persistence at its core. Those who achieve their desires are not necessarily the most talented or the most fortunate. They are the ones who refuse to accept failure as an option. They continue to assume success, even when everything around them suggested otherwise. One of the most powerful ways to persist in an assumption is through repetition. The subconscious mind learns through repetition, just as a habit is formed through repeated action. If you continuously return to the feeling of already having your desire, it will become second nature. You will no longer have to force yourself to believe. It will become automatic. Mental discipline is essential. Most people allow their thoughts to drift aimlessly, responding to whatever circumstances arise. But to persist in an assumption, you must take control of your inner dialogue. Do not allow doubts, fears, or negative thoughts to take root. If they arise, simply replace them with thoughts that align with your desired state. Speak to yourself as though your wish is already a reality. Another powerful tool for persistence is visualization. Every night before sleep, replay a scene that implies your wish is fulfilled. Enter the scene with all your senses engaged. Feel it as though it is happening now. Let the scene become more vivid and real with each repetition. Over time, the subconscious mind will accept it as fact, and reality will shift accordingly. It is important to remember that persistence does not mean forcing things to happen. You are not trying to manipulate circumstances. You are simply maintaining a state of inner knowing. The physical world will rearrange itself in ways you cannot predict. The how is not your concern. Your only task is to remain faithful to the assumption. Doubt is the enemy of persistence. It is natural for doubts to arise, but you do not have to entertain them. When doubt creeps in, remind yourself that the outer world is only a reflection of the past. If you remain steadfast, the past will fade and a new reality will take its place. Speak words of faith. Affirm your assumption. Strengthen your belief. Many people mistakenly think that persistence means waiting. But true persistence is not passive. It is an active state of believing. You do not wait for your desire to appear. You live as though it is already here. You think, feel, and act from the state of already having. You carry yourself with the confidence of one who knows their desire is inevitable. This is how reality shifts. It does not change through struggle or effort. It changes through assumption. When you persist in an assumption, it will harden into fact. It is only a matter of time. If you refuse to accept anything less than your ideal must become real. Your life is a reflection of what you have perceived. consistently assume to be true. If you wish to change any aspect of it, begin now by assuming the reality you desire. Stay with that assumption no matter what. Persist through doubts, through delays, through appearances. Let nothing shake your conviction. The moment you decide that what you have assumed is already yours, reality has no choice but to conform. Stay loyal to your vision. Hold fast to your belief. And soon, what was once only imagined will become your undeniable truth. Reality is not fixed. It is a fluid, ever-changing reflection of your inner state. The mistake most people make is believing that what they see around them is absolute and unchangeable. They look at their current circumstances and assume that their past experiences, their limitations, and their struggles are set in stone. But reality is nothing more than a projection of past assumptions. And if you continue to react to it as if it is the ultimate truth, you will remain trapped in the same cycle. To truly manifest the life you desire, you must learn to ignore the present reality and trust the unseen. Ignoring present reality does not mean denying that it exists. It means refusing to give it power over your internal state. It means understanding that what you are experiencing now is simply the result of old beliefs and assumptions. If you wish to change your life, you cannot let the current circumstances dictate what you believe is possible. You must shift your attention away from what is and focus entirely on what is becoming. Most people struggle with manifestation because they allow their senses to control them. They see a lack of money and they feel poor. They see loneliness and they feel unloved. They see failure and they feel hopeless. But manifestation works in reverse. What you feel and assume within eventually shapes what you experience without. If you want to see wealth, love, and success, you must assume those things exist for you even when there is no physical proof. This is where faith in the unseen comes in. Faith is not wishful thinking. It is not hoping that something will happen someday. Faith is the absolute conviction that what you have assumed is already yours, even if there is no evidence in sight. It is walking through life as though your desire has already materialized, knowing that reality has no choice but to conform. The more you believe in what is unseen, the more the world around you shifts to reflect your assumption. When you look at the present moment and react to it emotionally, you are reinforcing it. If you see yourself struggling and allow feelings of frustration, doubt, or fear to take over, you are feeding that struggle with your energy, keeping it alive. But if you can look at the same situation and remain unmoved, if you can persist in the assumption that your desire is already yours despite the current appearance, then reality must eventually change to match your new state of being. The unseen is far more powerful than the seen. Everything that has ever existed began as an idea, an assumption, an invisible reality before it became tangible. Every invention, every success story, every transformation first existed in the mind of someone who dared to believe in it before it materialized. The same principle applies to your own life. If you want something to exist in your world, you must first create it within and trust that it is already set in motion. This trust in the unseen requires mental discipline. It is easy to fall into the trap of believing only what others show you, but reality is deceptive. It's actually in constant motion, shaped by your. The moment you stop giving attention to the undesired and fully invest your belief in your assumption, you begin the process of transformation. Many people fear that if they ignore their current reality, they are being irresponsible. They worry that if they do not acknowledge their financial struggles, relationship problems, or failures, they will never change. But the opposite is true. By focusing on the problem, you are holding it in place. By shifting your focus to the unseen reality you prefer, you are giving it life. The most responsible thing you can do is assume the best, and persist in that assumption until it becomes fact. Detachment is key. You must detach from the need for immediate evidence. The moment you demand proof, you are expressing doubt. Faith does not require proof, it creates proof. You must be willing to live in the knowing that what you desire is already unfolding, even when nothing around you seems to confirm it. When you develop this level of certainty, reality has no choice but to rearrange itself in your favor. A powerful technique for ignoring the present reality is mental revision. If something in your world contradicts your desire, do not accept it as final. Instead, mentally rewrite the scene to align with what you prefer. If you receive bad news, imagine that you receive good news instead. If you experience rejection, assume that you are accepted. By revising undesirable events in your mind, you prevent them from taking deep root in your subconscious, allowing your desired reality to take precedence. Another technique is living from the end. Instead of wishing for your desire, step into the feeling of already having it. If you desire wealth, do not focus on the lack of money, focus on the feeling of financial security. If you desire love, do not focus on loneliness. Embody the feeling of being deeply loved and cherished. Whatever you focus on expands, so place your attention on the reality you want to experience rather than the one you wish to escape. Doubt is the greatest enemy of faith. The moment you begin to question whether your manifestation is working, you are stepping out of the state of having and into the state of lack. Do not entertain thoughts of what if it doesn't happen. Assume it is happening. Your only job is to remain in the state of fulfillment, regardless of what the outside world is showing you. Manifestation does not happen through force or effort. It happens through alignment. When your inner state is fully aligned with your assumptions, there is nothing left to do but trust. The physical world will shift naturally, often in ways you could never have predicted. Unexpected events, opportunities and synchronicities will appear. People will show up, circumstances will change, and everything will fall into place, because reality must reflect what you persistently assume to be true. Patience is necessary. Just as the seed takes time to grow, so does your assumption to sprout. The same applies to your manifestation. You must trust that the unseen is at work and allow it to unfold in its own time. The moment you let go of the need to control the process, you open the door for miracles. Your ability to ignore the present reality and trust in the unseen determines the speed and success of your manifestation. The more you react to what is, the more you prolong the cycle of what has been. But the more you discipline your mind to see beyond appearances, the more you step into your power as the creator of your reality.
If you're sharing a hotel room with friends, you're also sharing a bathroom and a mirror.
In the last 7 years, I've made an average of $300,000 a month, and that's every single month. And so if you think that creating an income like this is a fluke or a one-off or a loophole or it's not easy to do, this video is going to prove that theory wrong. Because in order to do something 84 times, it must be repeatable. And in this video, I'm going to take you through that exact repeatable process that I've used to do $300,000 a month and have done for the last 84 months. So first, if you're new here, my name's John, husband, father and founder of adclients.com, and over the last 10 years I've built multiple online businesses that generated over $30 million online without having to hustle 24/7, sacrifice your personal life, or stop doing the things that you love. And now here on the channel I help others do the same. There are 3 key things that you need to have a business that can even produce 300k a month or even 100k a month. Throughout this video, I've got resources and assets to help you, but you'll need to understand everything in this video. So open them up in a new tab so I can walk you through them in this video. The first thing you need in order to have a successful, thriving business is great offers and the ability to provide value to the marketplace. We'll talk more about that in a moment. The second thing you need is a very particular set of skills. And don't worry, I'm going to go through exactly what these skills are and how you can get them quickly in this video. And thirdly, you need a vehicle. I'm not talking about a car. You need a vehicle for sales. So in order to take someone from a complete stranger to someone who gives you money. So the first thing we need to talk about is your offer and your ability to provide value in the marketplace. And these two are intrinsically linked. When you're putting offers together, we sometimes think that an offer is just product, it's just the thing, but it's not. An offer is what we're wrapping that program or product in terms of its messaging and positioning, that's going to make it clear to the right type of person that this can help them, but we've also been able to lead with value in that positioning and in that marketing. So when we're going out into the marketplace, we don't simply want to add our product in as an option for them to buy. We want to become the obvious choice. We want our offer to be irresistible, and that is often tied to the value proposition in the marketplace. So how do we demonstrate value? How can we make sure that someone sees us and chooses us over the competition? Well, we need to, in many ways, do what I call displayed understanding. Displayed understanding is where we make sure the people that we're trying to get the attention of understand that we get them. There is value in being understood. If you're having a hard time and you go and sit down with a friend or a family member, there is value in that conversation by sharing your frustrations and feeling heard, understood, and that person gets you and gets the situation. The same is true when we're going out online on social media and with our online advertisements, when we can use messaging that isn't just, hey, I've got this product that you might want to buy, but instead leading with the value of, I get where you're at. I understand your frustrations, I understand your pains, I understand what you're wanting, and I have a solution. That person's naturally going to feel magnetically attracted to you. So a very simple exercise that you should think about doing is get an A4 piece of paper, draw a line down the middle and a line across the top, and put pains on one side and put gains on the other. And the idea is for you to list out as many pain points as you possibly can for your ideal target market. And we don't want to skimp out on this list. We don't just want to have 3 pain points and that's it. We're talking 20, 30, 40, maybe even 50 pain points, because we don't just want to speak to the big obvious ones. We want to speak to the very granular ones that may not make sense for every single person in your target market, but it certainly will for some of them. And so the more of these you have, the more ammunition you have for your marketing, the more you're going to be able to connect with a greater number of people within your market. And then we do the opposite on the other side. We make a big list of gain points. What do your potential clients want? What is the solution that you provide going to give to them? What is the result out the other end? And again, we don't just want the top 3 obvious results. We want to get really granular. How is this going to make them feel? How is this going to improve their life? Get really, really granular. And now you've got a big detailed page of pains and gains that we can use in any and all content that we put out onto the internet. And by doing this simple exercise, you'll be many steps ahead of your competition. Because think about it, if you've got solution A and your competition has solution B, and you both provide the result, when you go out on social media trying to attract clients, if they have very generic messaging, just talking about how great they are and talking about what their product is, whereas you do the same thing, but instead you wrap it up in, I get you, I understand you, and I have a solution that can help, you are naturally going to win those clients because of the associated value with you understanding them. So now we understand how to connect with the audience that we want. We now need to move on to how we structure our offers and structure our business, set up for scalable success. If we're trying to $300,000 months, that's very different than trying to land a couple of extra clients a month. We now have to build a system in the business. And I call this the offer triangle, and I want to illustrate it for you right now. There are 3 points on the triangle. At the very top, we've got client results. On the one side, we've got lifestyle, and on the other side, we've got scalability. These are 3 things that are critical to your offer and your business's success, and they need to be working together, and more importantly, making sure that none of them are over leveraged or overextended upon. Allow me to explain. Client results at the top is critical. When you are structuring your business for rapid scale, you need to make sure that you're putting your clients first, that your clients are actually winning. The businesses that I've seen in our industry doing this type of stuff, coaching, training, courses, services, the ones that don't make it very far, they might even have a moment crashes and burns, are the ones that don't care about their customers, they don't care about their client, they only care about scaling the business. That is short-lived. If you want a business that scales and scales for the long run and does it 84 times, you need to make sure that you're putting your clients first, that a high proportion of your clients are getting the result that they came from, that you have raving fans, and that's going to start to spread like wildfire. But to do that, that means putting time time and effort into your client success department. Let's move on to lifestyle. The second thing that we need in the offer triangle is making sure that we're building this business around our lifestyle, because as we try to scale to these 300k months and beyond, what can often happen is the first thing to go is our lifestyle. We're working late into the evening, we're working at the weekends, we're working far more than we wanted to for far little compensation, and we feel stuck in our own business. So you need to right now reorientate your business's efforts around the lifestyle that you want. When do you want to work? How much do you want to work? How much time off do you want? And you must structure the deliverables of your program to the clients that you're helping around the lifestyle choices that you've predetermined. And then the third thing is scalability. We need to make sure that we're having clients winning, that we're building this around our lifestyle, but that we're also set up to be able to scale, that we don't hit a ceiling. Sometimes we structure our offers and our price points in such a way that we can only have X number of clients before we have hit a ceiling that we cannot surpass. If you want to get to 6 figures a month and multiple 6 figures a month, you need to make sure your offers are built for scale, but that can't be to the detriment of your client results. So now let's take a look at how overextending on one of these jeopardizes the success of the other two. If you overextend on client results, there's going to be a problem. There's a between going above and beyond for your clients and doing an unnecessary amount of work for too little pay. For example, if you're charging by the hour, then maybe you're charging $50 an hour and you are at your client's beck and call at all times. Furthermore, you can only have a maximum of 20 clients. Your maxed out client, you're doing far more for them than you really should be for that level of compensation. That's going to have a knock-on effect on lifestyle and also your ability to scale. You're not going to have a lifestyle because you're working at all hours of the day whenever a client calls upon you, and you have stunted your ability to grow because you've hit that ceiling we talked about. Furthermore, if you overextend on lifestyle, well, now if you only want to work 2 hours a week on a beach sipping a pina colada, but you want your business to scale to 6 figures, well, you're going to have a problem with your client results because you're not giving them enough of your time that they're going to suffer. And you're also not going to have a business that can scale because it does take time and effort to do so. And then thirdly, overextending on scalability. And sadly, I've seen this time and time again. I've been in the industry for well over a decade. I've seen companies come and go. And I've seen the ones that are just so focused and driven on scaling the business that they burn themselves out on lifestyle, they burn their teams out on lifestyle, and also their clients suffer. No one's getting results and everything just crashes and burns. All three of these need to be in unison, working together perfectly. Now, before we move on to the second thing, if you're wondering whether the business you have is built for scale, is following the right model, and is the right type of offer, then I have this great resource for you called the Business Viability Checklist. And it's a 13-point checklist. These are the 13 things that your business and your offer needs to satisfy to make sure that it's a viable business model that can scale. This is my free gift to you. I hope you enjoy it. There's a link in the description box or somewhere around this video. Click on that and tell me where to send it. So the second thing that you need is the ability to build a certain set of skills. Now, there are three that are critically important. It's marketing, sales. Just a second. Let's start with marketing. Marketing is so important for the success of your ability to scale, far more than I think people realize. You can have two identical products. You can imagine that they deliver the same result to the end client and the end user, but the person that has the best marketing is the one that wins. And by wins, I mean they're going to get the client. Think about it. Your ability to deliver an incredible service, an incredible program, an incredible course has nothing to do with your ability to attract someone to buy it. You could have the best kept secret, the most amazing program in your industry, hidden from all visibility because your marketing absolutely sucks. But on the contrary, you could have one of your competitors that has a product that is absolutely terrible. It is trash. It is dog poo. No one should have any business going through that program, and it's not getting anyone results. But they're making volumes of sales because although they have a crappy product, their marketing is far superior to yours. So you have to understand, when we're looking to scale a business, it's actually marketing that wins the client. Now, you have to make sure that you're delivering on the back end, otherwise you're going to have refund requests, you're going to have unhappy clients, and you're going to have people talking about your business in a negative light. So you've got to make sure you back up the goods, but it's marketing that actually attracts your clients. And I know that you've experienced this yourself because you've been online and you've seen people that are proposing they have a solution to one of your problems. Now, when you make that buying decision, have you actually seen the product itself? Have you been in the training area? Have you been delivered the program before you pay? No, you are paying based on a description of the product. And now once you've paid, you need to be able to go in and make sure that what you've been delivered matches the description in the marketing. But there's a second skill that works in tandem with marketing, and that is sales. Marketing drums up the business, sales closes the deal. That's the way to think about it. And what you need is marketing that does a lot of the heavy lifting for you, that will make your sales so much easier. And you have to get this balance just right. And this is a big mistake that I see people making when trying to scale their information or coaching businesses into this 6 figures a month and beyond, is that they weigh far too heavily on the sales and the marketing is no good. I want you to think about this like a client conversion timeline. The client is going from 0, having never going to a 10, which is, here's my credit card, I want to throw it down the phone at you, charge me right now. That's a 10. And there is a moment along that timeline where marketing hands off to sales. So that could be down at a 1, meaning marketing has done barely any effort over on the marketing side. they have reached out to someone with a cold DM or a cold email, and that person just happened to respond back, and there you are finding yourselves on a sales call. Well, that person doesn't really know you yet, like you yet, trust you yet. Marketing hasn't done its job. It's cut some corners, and now it's just got them straight on the phone with you. So for you to have an effective sales conversation, you've got to get someone from a 1 to a 10. That is a tall order, and one that is very challenging, and one that leads to difficult sales conversations that don't feel like they're going very well, that you hit loads of resistance, loads of objections, and you get endless no's at the very end of the conversation. On the contrary, imagine getting on the phone with people at a 9. Imagine your marketing is doing such an incredible job at finding the right people at the right time with the right messaging, and then indoctrinating them, and then helping them to see that what you have is the right thing for them, and it's all fully automated marketing. And then you invite people to book a call on your calendar to talk about enrolling, but they are now a 9 out of 10. They are so close to being sold. Now you can imagine those conversations are fun. They're enjoyable. The prospect is enjoying the conversation. You're enjoying the conversation. And it doesn't take very much now to close that gap and have someone sign up and become a client. And the problem that I see with many scaling businesses is that they seem satisfied with getting people to a 1, 2, or a 3 on the conversion timeline before they hand off to sales. And that means your job to close someone is infinitely harder, and for many of you, close to impossible. Because I don't know about you, you need to learn sales skills, but you don't want to be a full-time salesperson, and you don't want to have to learn all the manipulative, crazy sales stuff. You just want to be able to learn a handful of helpful sales tips, and then be able to get some yeses at the end of the phone. For your ability to do that, you need to make sure that you're speaking to the 7s, the 8s, and the 9s, and that's where that's possible. And it's in many cases the vehicle that you're using for the wider business practice that's going to enable you to do that, and I'm going to share that in point 3 in just a moment. But where we're up to right now is you need to master some marketing skills to position you correctly and move people up the timeline, and then you need to craft a handful of sales skills to take someone who's booking on your calendar at even a 6, maybe a 7, maybe an 8, and do just enough to have a great conversation but get them over the line into a client. And if you would like some help with this specifically, I've got an incredible sales framework that works in this scenario, and it works so darn well. It's called the push and the pull frameworks. They come together as a pair. You can't just have one, you need both of them working together, and it's an incredible sales framework, and it's my free gift to you. Again, there's a link in the description box, and there's a resource there for you. Just let me know where to send it, I'll get it straight over to you. Now, the third skill that we need to talk about is your mindset, your ability to think and operate like a high performer who is ready for that level of scale. And I used to think mindset was a waste of time. The idea of just thinking my way into success was like, well, what on earth are you talking about? But I've since learned just how powerful it is to have the right mindset, but followed up with the right action. So I've got a list of some of my biggest tips that I want to share with you about how to think in the right way, but it goes beyond just thinking. It's actually how we act. It's the way we make decisions, and it's going to make all the difference. So let's get into that list right now. So the third is, I want you to think like in order to have that level of success. Let me unpack. The version of me just 2 years ago would have no hope of running the business that I do today. I've had to up-level my mindset, my skills, the way I think and the way I make decisions. Furthermore, the version of John 5 years ago would have no hope of running the business that we had 2 years ago. I'm constantly going through an evolving process, and I'm doing that again right now. I have new goals, new targets, new aspirations, and I'm well aware that the version of me right now will really struggle to obtain that until I start to lean into and learn the skills of who I need to be and who I need to become to hit that level of success. So how do we do this? Well, you need to be learning and modeling those that are ahead of you. You need to be finding every book, every training program, every YouTube video, every insight you can possibly gain from the people in your industry that you aspire to and that have the business at a size that you want. And you need to watch and you need to learn. What do they do? How do they spend their time? How do they act? How do they make decisions? And you now need to, as best you can, start operating in that way, not operating in the way you feel you need to maintain the business that you have today. The next thing is you've got to identify and then rectify staying in this cycle of perfectionism and then procrastination. This is a killer of your ability to scale. It's actually a killer of your ability to even get the wheels moving in your business, let alone scale. We as entrepreneurs are naturally creative and we're excited about what we're putting out into the marketplace, but that often comes with a bias towards perfectionism. And that then holds us back, because the more we want things to be perfect, the more we feel things need to be perfect, we then procrastinate over launching said thing. This would be putting your course together. Your course is good enough to launch, but it could be better. And so you will not launch that course until you reshoot that module 1 lesson 7 video, or you add a new cheat sheet or a new checklist into that program, and you spend years and years refining an offer and you're never even putting it out into the marketplace, not realizing that the better way to refine the offer is to put out a program that's at 80% of what you wanted it to be, and allow your customers, the market, to help you tweak it based on what they're telling you they want. Same goes for building marketing campaigns and not launching it because, again, it could be better, or shooting an ad campaign and not sending that video to social media and putting it out there because, again, it could be better. That perfectionism leads to round and round in this cycle. The next thing, and the way I want you to think, because let's not forget the context of this video, we're talking about scaling to 300k per month. We have to make data-driven decisions. We have to remove emotion from the decisions that we're making. So many times I see entrepreneurs who are trying to scale, but they're trying to scale based on what I think should work or what I like. So, for example, I like the way this page is designed and how this represents my brand. So it's currently not converting very well, but I'm going to dig my heels in because I like this. Whereas there's another page that the data is saying this converts better. It's slightly uglier, it doesn't match your brand perfectly, and you don't really like the color scheme here, but that is currently converting better. The data is pointing us to this. So every time in your business a decision is coming up that you need to make, you need to, as best you can, find the relevant data that will help you drive that decision, and not just doing it based on an emotional feeling. That is going to keep you stuck and keep you trapped. The next thing is you are the average of the 5 closest people to you. You've probably heard this before and it couldn't be truer. The more you spend time with a very particular group of people around you, you will start to take on the habits and the thought processes and decision-making ability that those people around you have. Just as you, as one of the 6, are influencing the rest of the group, you've got 5 influences coming back at you, and that is going to trump the way you used to do things. So you have to change your circle of influence if you want to do certain things in business. That doesn't mean getting rid of all of your friends that don't relate to what you're doing in business. I'm not saying that. I've got loads of great friends that have nothing to do with this particular world that I'm in. But the point I am making is that you need to find an additional circle, an additional group, an additional community that you're spending a good portion of your time in and around, so you can start to learn and see how they think, how they act, and you can start to take on some of these good habits to help you get to the next level. And the final thing on mindset is you need to understand opportunity cost. It is huge. I prioritize speed now over anything else. I want to get somewhere faster. I'm well aware of the time it takes for me to learn something myself, and if I could learn it in 2 weeks by paying a coach as opposed to 2 years by trying to save a few coins and figure it out myself, I'm going to be able to achieve far more with the years that I have to really build this career and have a massive impact. And so opportunity cost is huge, and you have to understand it. Imagine that the business you have right now has the ability to generate the $300,000 per month that we're currently talking about. Let's just imagine you have that ability. It's in there somewhere. You just don't currently have the right skills or understand the right process. But if you try to figure it out by yourself, you could spend 10 years trying to figure out how to do that. But what if you could hire a coach who's been there, done it, and could share with you the exact playbook and implement it into your business, and you could do that within 1 year? Well, the difference is getting to 300k within 1 year as opposed to 10 years. That's a missed opportunity of $30 million or thereabouts, because 300k per month is 3.6 million a year. Times that by 10 years, we're well into 30 million, and we could have saved that money. We could have generated that money had we understood opportunity cost and hired someone to get us there faster. So now, circling back to what I mentioned in the beginning of this video, 3 critical things we need: our offer and our ability to provide value, we've spoken about. the skills that we need, marketing, sales, and mindset we've spoken about. The third thing we need to talk about is the vehicle in which you're using to make all of this happen. We need a vehicle that's going to help us to find the right people in the marketplace that we can provide value to and entice them into our world, and a vehicle that is going to help our marketing and our sales work perfectly together to help us find and educate the right prospects and get them far enough up the conversion timeline to make them a closable client. This is also known as a sales funnel or a marketing funnel or a marketing campaign, and I have tested so many in my time, and there's no shortage of options, and there's even more options of gurus that will teach you these different models, so it can feel a bit overwhelming. Right now, for me, there is one marketing funnel, one vehicle that has stood the test of time, that has been the backbone upon which I have built my business 300k per month and maintained it for 84 months straight, and that is a webinar funnel. A webinar funnel is absolutely incredible, and I want to share with you a few reasons why. First, when you have a webinar funnel, people need to register to attend your webinar. So that means they give you their name and their email address. So you're building an email list, which is a vital asset inside of your business, and I've spoken about that many times in other videos here on the channel. But furthermore, in our testing, the value of a webinar registration, a webinar lead, is 7 times more valuable than that of other funnels. Meaning, if someone's opting in just for a free resource, it can often be quite impulsive. Were they actually an action taker, or did they just want a quick freebie? Whereas someone who is taking the time to register for a webinar with the intent of showing up are typically more valuable, meaning that they're the type of person that signs up for coaching at a far higher rate than someone that just opted in for a different type of funnel. The second reason that a webinar funnel is the king of marketing is you can fully automate it. So you can put an amazing presentation together, you can build a funnel one time, and you can fully automate it. So day or night, awake or asleep, you can have people coming into the presentation, watching it, learning from you, getting that value from you, booking onto your calendar, and never had to play a part in it. Thirdly, the way in which you do your presentation is critical, because we need to provide value in the presentation alongside building know, like, and trust, and making sure people are booking a call on your calendar at just the right time where they're further up the timeline. Now, I haven't got time in this video to walk you through my entire webinar framework. It takes a while, but I do have another great resource for you that is my A to Z webinar framework, step by step. I literally show you every single thing you need to do in an amazing webinar presentation that will get you incredible results. Again, my free gift to you. I just want to help. There's a link in the description box. Go ahead and check that out. And the next thing that keeps webinars on its marketing throne is the fact that people are only able to book a call if they watch the whole presentation. There are loads of other marketing strategies, marketing funnels, but many of them allow you to book a call on that person's calendar, what I would say is prematurely, meaning they only watch 5 or 10 minutes worth of a piece of content before they're booking on your calendar. Well, that person's not up the conversion timeline yet. They're not qualified enough yet. Whereas with a webinar, they have to watch the whole presentation, and if they leave early, they don't get the invitation to book on your calendar. It's only people that get to the very end, thus demonstrating that they've enjoyed the content and they want further help, they are the ones that get the invitation. This leads to you getting a calendar full of high quality prospects that actually want what it is you're selling. So in conclusion, if you want to be able to scale to 300k per month consistently in your business, then you need to have an offer that provides value to the marketplace and demonstrates that value. You need to be satisfying the offer triangle for client results, lifestyle, and scalability. You need to be dialing in your skills in marketing, sales, and the way you think and act. And you need the right vehicle that is a scalable model to get you the right people on your calendar ready to become clients. So where do we go from here? Well, the most critical part of this is that you get a webinar vehicle set up correctly. So I've got a video right here that you can check out where I will walk you through the entire process.
As an 18-year-old apprentice from a marketing agency and coaching business, being told to...
So this slightly over the top and unnecessarily long infographic has actually been responsible for just shy of $100 million in reported and documented revenue for myself than the clients that I've taught it to. This is really, really awesome, and it's something I've been developing and perfecting over the course of the last few years. It is a presentation framework that is designed for a webinar, but the strategies within you can also adapt for other sales funnel strategies as well. And what I'm going to do in today's video is literally break this down for you step by step. If you want to have a successful, profitable webinar presentation that drives more business into your company and lands you more clients while actually doing most of the heavy lifting for you, then stick around in today's video because I'm going to switch to my laptop now and break it all down for you step by step. So first things first, let me explain how this whole thing was even created and where it came from. I have a marketing education company and we help coaches and experts, course creators to generate more clients online. And I started this education business many years ago when I was struggling to grow my business and I was looking for help in this area. You know, how do you go about building a funnel that says and does all the right things and leads someone to want to become a client and work with you? And I went through quite literally years of trial and error and nothing was working. And I stumbled upon, back in 2014, we're talking such a long time ago now, I stumbled upon webinars. And back then it was this new hot topic and I jumped on the bandwagon and gave it a good go. And I started to have some great success. In fact, my first ever course went on to earn $1 million in revenue off the back of a webinar. And then I really understood this game and got quite good at this webinar stuff. And my second course went on to do $3 million in sales, and I since then launched my coaching company that we have now, and that company alone has done over $10 million in sales. And with everything that I've done, it's been 25 million, and then it's off the back of this blueprint. At first I was just piecing things together and testing and tweaking, trying stuff, and it's gotten to a point now where it's full blueprint. I'm talking, if you want to create a webinar, you literally just do this, and this, and do it in this order, and you'll have a fantastic thing. That's what I'm going to teach you here today. If you want to follow along, this blueprint is my free gift to you. There's a link in the description box. Go ahead and click on that right now, and then you can download this blueprint and even have it open on your laptop and follow along while I teach this to you. So click that link, grab it, and let's dive straight in. So here's the blueprint that you'll have access to in just a moment. I'm going to walk you through some of the bigger pillars of this. We're going to do more of a 40,000 foot view, and then maybe, if you want me to, you can let me know in the comments if you'd like me to do a deeper dive and go even more granular with some of these things. So firstly, it's called the high ticket webinar framework because this is designed and works the best for selling high ticket stuff out the other end. What does that mean? Well, it means selling something that's worthy of a phone conversation, right? We're not selling $50 programs off the back of our webinar or $500 programs off the back of our webinar. You know, we're going to be selling $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 programs, and we're going to be doing that by having a webinar presentation that positions us correctly and provides value in the right way, but then out the other end, the call to action is to book a call. But if you do this right, and you say and do all the things I'm going to tell you to do, then you should end up with people at the end of the webinar who are excited about you, excited about your topic, and are pre-sold to want to work with you, and it makes those conversations so much easier. So let's talk firstly about the length. You can see it here on the document. It's about 40 minutes is what we're shooting for with a presentation like this, and I've tried so many different lengths of time, and I find that if we go anything shorter, if we do 20 minutes or even 30 minutes, we're not quite getting everything done, right? We need to tell some stories in here, we need to provide some value, we need to position certain things, and you just can't quite get it done in a shorter time frame. But furthermore, if we go longer than 40 minutes, if we start going to 50 minutes, 60 minutes, 70 minutes, that has proved itself to be somewhat unnecessary, right? 40 minutes is just the right amount of time to get done what we need in the shortest amount of time possible. And the reality is, if you try to make them longer, you're just giving yourself more work, right? It's going to take longer, you're going to need more slides, more preparation. 40 minutes, perfect. And then as you can see, as we go down this blueprint, I've literally mapped out for you where your presentation should start, the first section, which is called Setting the Stage, which we'll come back to in just a moment. We've got all the things that you should be doing in the setting of the stage that leads to section 2, and this is where we provide some value in the content, and then everything you need to do in there all the way down to section 3, which is the call to action, everything you need to do there until you get to the end. So you can see we've put a lot of time into this blueprint, and it's plug and play. Now, many of our clients decide to print this out, put it on their wall, and when they're planning their next webinar presentation, they're just mapping it out from this blueprint. So I might suggest that you do the same thing. So let's come back to section 1, and it's called 6 minutes of your presentation, and it's all. We need to make sure that your viewers know that they're in the right place at the right time, listening to the right person, and we need them to stick around. The mistake that I see people making with webinars is they assume that just because someone registered for your webinar and just because they showed up, that they must be committed to stick around the whole time. And that's not true. Some people have impulsively registered for your webinar because they saw it on social media and thought, yeah, do you know what, I'll register for that thing and let me check it out. And then they just so happened to be at their email inbox when your reminder email came in, and they clicked on the link and they jumped into the webinar room because they thought, let me just see what this is all about. Let me see if it's something that I'm interested in. So they are heavily judging the first 2 to 5 minutes of your presentation to decide if they want to stick around. So if you assume that they're absolutely going to stick around regardless, then you're going to be disappointed because you're going to dive too quickly into talking about yourself and your story, not realizing that the viewer doesn't really care about that. They don't want to hear about you. They don't want to hear about your story yet. They want to know what is in this for them. They've registered for this webinar and they've shown up because they have a problem that needs solving. And your webinar and the hook of your webinar most likely promised that you're going to teach them some cool stuff. So they're here for them. So what we need to do in the first 10 minutes is set the stage, frame the webinar, hook them in, and make sure that they understand that they need to stick around. That is section 1. And so I'll talk about a couple of these things as we go through the blueprint here. We won't touch on all of them, but let's look at, for example, we've got the big hook and we've got the tease. So the big hook is we're going to dive straight in to what is the big main headline of the webinar. What was it that grabbed their attention? And so now let's double down on that when they first arrive so they know they're in the right place. We move to the tease, where we're going to tease them with a 40,000 foot view of what we're going to be covering today. We're not going to go into it yet, but we're just going to start to tease them with, here's what we're going to be covering today. This, and this. And then there's loads of other things down here, like telling your story and relating to them and demonstrating that you understand them. And I've got these things called without statements that are really powerful, and teasing them with the end result, maybe success stories if you've got them. I've got a few things down here. They're all explained on the documents to what they're designed to do. But everything there is strategically in place so that from the moment they arrive to about 10 minutes in, they are hyped up, they are excited, they know that they're in the right place. And you might say, John, 10 minutes seems like a long time, and then you're just going to sense what's happening, that you're not providing any value yet, you're simply just trying to get them to stick around. And it's not the case. If you do this in the way that I've described here on the document, then you'll actually have a great presentation. 10 minutes in, they'll be feeling like super fired up, super excited, pleased that they're here and ready to learn more. Alright, which actually leads us to section 2, because section 2 is where you provide the value. And we're going to go for about 20 minutes. You don't need much more than that, and you certainly don't want to be shorter than that. 20 minutes is perfect to provide some value, have the law of reciprocity kick in some way, shape or form. But the most important part here is that you provide value in the right way. And this is key. Let me tell you what it is. You see where it says Section 2, wow, not how content. What the heck is wow, not how? This is a concept that I've been teaching my clients for a number of years now, and it is so imperative that you understand this and implement this. Let me first explain the big mistake that people make, and then I'll tell you what the wow, not how solves and how it solves it.
Trading options can be a great way to generate income, but most traders out there are relying on lagging indicators.
Let me first explain the big mistake that people make, and then I'll tell you what the wow, not how solves and how it solves it. The big mistake people make is that they only focus on this concept of the law of reciprocity, which is if you just give and give and give and give and give, then that person is going to feel compelled on their own accord to reciprocate the value that they're receiving by providing value back the other way. And the idea here in business is that the more we make up front, back in the form of money by joining our coaching program, being involved in our business. But it's not actually that simple. Not as simple as just go overboard on the value and they will absolutely lean back in and become a client. In fact, the opposite can happen, unfortunately, if you do this wrong. What can happen is you give and give and give and give and give, so much so that the prospect says, that's amazing value, thank you so much. I feel like I've got what I need to go and give this a go. So I know that your coaching is available and I might think about it later on down the track. But for right now, I feel I've got what I need, so I'm going to go in this direction. So you actually end up sending them away from you as opposed to drawing you in. I first learned this from a guy called Jay Abraham, who said once that you're actually doing yourself and your potential client a disservice if you try to teach too much before the sale. And what he went on to say was that you're doing your prospect a disservice because in a short period of time you're trying to teach your entire concept, right? Like what you help clients with is so much bigger than a 20-minute section of content. You can't possibly teach everything in 20 minutes. And so he's pointing out that you leave your prospects with a false sense of security because they go, that's great, love that, I'm going to go and give that a go, I think I've got what I need. And then of course they go, try to implement it, they get stuck, there's gaps in their knowledge, and now they actually have sour taste in their mouth subconsciously, so they won't come back to you because they have this subtle disappointment in their head from the first encounter that they have with you. And at the same time, you're doing yourself a disservice because of course you've sent your prospect off the other way, and so you are not generating revenue in the business. So how do we solve it? We solve it through something called the wow, not the how. The idea here is that we're providing value still, but in a slightly different way. Instead of providing value in a way where we say, here's exactly how to do something, now would you like me to help you to do it, right? Instead of doing that, we're saying, I'm going to wow you with my content. I want the prospect who's on the webinar with me saying, wow, that's exciting. Wow, that makes sense. Wow, that was a real epiphany. Wow, I've had a paradigm shift. Wow, I did not know that before. You have opened my eyes to something that I didn't already know. And when you do this correctly, you will have people still feeling that sense of receiving value from you, but they're leaning into you now. I first experimented with this many years ago. This would have been around about 2014 when I first started experimenting with webinars, and I was making that big mistake. I was teaching all the how-to material and expecting to get some clients at the end, and everyone was saying, thanks so much, this is an amazing presentation, and I've got what I need. So then I switched all of my content, and I switched it to wow-based content instead of how-based content. Sure enough, I asked my audience at the end, how many of you received a ton of value and you're super excited? And the chat box went crazy. Everyone saying, yes, this is amazing, best webinar I've ever been on, right? But now, what's the logical next step? It's to work with it. If I give people the how-based content, then they can go try by themselves. If I focus on wow-based content, well, now they're going, wow, that's awesome, and I want more, and they lean in. So it does take some time to wrap your head around this, and of course I've got some prompts and some help here on the blueprint, but the reality is, shameless plug, if you really want to take this seriously and you are in a position right now where you need more clients for your coaching or expert business in some way, shape or form, and you want a marketing system like a webinar like this to be set up, automated and running for you day and night, getting you clients, then you may wish to invest in getting some help to do it properly, and I'd love to be able to help you to do that. It's something that me and my team offer. There'll be a link in the description box and you can go ahead and click that, and there's some more information about what it might look like to work with us, to get our help and explore it. So, this wow not how concept is so powerful, but I do want to give a disclaimer that it does take some time to figure this out, and it might be time that you don't want to invest it. You'd rather just take the shortcuts and get our help to do so. But it's here on the document, and you can attempt to dissect this. But I'll give you a quick 40,000 foot view. I like to break up my content into 4 training portions. I like to do it in 4 because, quite frankly, then means I've got 5 minutes on each piece. And 5 minutes of value on 4 different topics, that's not really that hard. You know, if you're truly an expert in your chosen field, then picking 4 parts of what you do and structuring a 5-minute piece for each that is focused on the wow-based content is quite easy when you've got this structure. So 4 training points, and one thing I would like to point out is that each of the 4 training points should build on previous, right? You make your first big discovery and you share it with your audience, and then you share your second big discovery and it builds on the first one, and so on and so forth. Alright? So that's 20 minutes of content. So at this point, we're 30 minutes into your webinar. You've spent 10 minutes setting the stage, and now you've hooked the right people, and you spent 20 minutes providing some value with wow-based content. And the final piece here is section 3, the call to action. So this is 10 minutes. And all we're really doing here is giving our audience the opportunity to book a call with us and see if we can help. And you might say, well, John, why do we need 10 minutes for that, right? Surely that's just like a 60-second thing, pointing to the link, just like you did a moment ago, John, right? But when you're doing it in the context of a webinar, it needs to be built out. There needs to be a strategy behind that invitation. And there's a few things that you'll see as we go down here. And again, just as I've done previously, I'll give you a couple of introductions to some of these steps. So for example, inspire change.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling.
Some of these steps. So for example, inspire change. Before I give an invitation to book a call, I want to inspire my audience that now is the time to make a change. Maybe they've heard presentations like that before. Maybe they've been on similar webinars and decided not to take action. Or maybe today's the day. And I'm going to
Last night, Donald Trump gave his first joint address to Congress of his new term. And I got to tell you, as a kid who was a bit of a civics nerd, I used to think these were pretty sweet events. You've got the president, the Supreme Court, every member of Congress in the same room. It's basically the Oscars for people with loose skin. But these days, a speech to Congress is just a theatrical production where everybody has a role and they slip right into it. So, places, everyone? Democrats showed up in full wardrobe, dressed in pink, as a symbolic protest against people who wanted them to do something meaningful. And they came with props too, holding up little paddles like they were ready to give Mike Johnson a naughty little spanking, huh? Either that or a pickleball match. And you know what? Pickleball, all right? You ever play? Yeah. Once you get to the front line, you're not even allowed to move. How stupid is that? I'm edgy. Some Democrats took the signage to the next level. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib had a dry erase board that she updated throughout the night with protest messages like, "Stop lying to the American people," or "No king," or "That's a lie." And she went through a lot of them. She had one that said, who has Luigi's sex tape? She did that cool S. "These markers are getting me high." And she had one message that especially resonated with me. It said, "Lucky Loser" by Michael Costa in stores March 11th. Now, it's not really an appropriate venue for that, but I appreciate it. And I should also mention that Lucky Loser, my book, it's in stores next week, starting on Tuesday. You can order it now. But those were just the bit players of the night. One Democrat even gave himself a speaking part.
Democrats interrupting just 4 minutes into the speech. Texas Democrat Al Green heckling the president, shaking his cane at him.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House.
Speaker Mike Johnson stopping the speech, ordering Green be removed from the chamber.
Yeah. You know, there's something kind of badass about shaking a cane at someone, right? Don't walk with me unless you want to take this very slowly outside, all right? I will say props to this guy. He got to send a message to President Trump and go home early, you know? I should have tried that when I wanted to leave my nephew's baptism. You do not have the mandate. I'm out of here. Now, let's not forget about the Republicans. They also played their part in this performance, which was to cheer and hoot for their guy and make sure that everyone knew what country this was. Yeah, USA! USA! Careful, guys. The last time Republicans got this rowdy at the Capitol, Nancy Pelosi had to bleach her desk. Here's a moment that encapsulated the embarrassing theater of the entire night. It's before the speech even started, when Donald Trump is walking down to the podium, surrounded by hooting Republicans, when a Democrat walks up behind him with a sign that says, "This is not normal." Which, first of all, I think it is normal at this point. Trump has been in our lives for a decade now. Sadly, this is our normal. In the same way that 20 years ago it wasn't normal to drunkenly jump in the backseat of a stranger's car, but now it's called Uber, and there's only a 50% chance you end up murdered. So yeah, you know, shit changes, okay? But anyway, that Democrat is holding a sign that's wrong and ineffective. Then a divorced dad Republican sees the sign, reaches over and yanks it out of her hand and chucks it onto the floor. And she just stands there and does nothing. She's like, well, that sign was my only idea. But forget the supporting cast. The star of the night was Donald Trump. And you have to admit, he showed a lot of range last night. Okay. Like when he talked about Doge finding Social Security fraud, he got to show off his lying skills.
We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program. Government databases list 4 from people aged 100 to 109 years old. 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And one person is listed at 360 years of age.
Hi, my name is Monica, and I save $1,700 a month with GoodRx. As a single mom with 3 boys,
At 360 years of age.
I can't believe we're paying that many people Social Security. I can't believe it because it's not true, okay? And I could, it's been debunked. I could explain why it's false and why Trump's wasting everybody's time over an Excel spreadsheet error. Or, in the time it would take to explain it, we could watch this video of my dog, Walter. Fact check, he's perfect. But Trump spent a lot of his performance on the waste Elon Musk is finding, while also showcasing his masterful ability to troll.
Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma, improving learning outcomes in Asia. LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho. $8 million for making mice transgender.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that children's book. I think it's called If You Give a Mouse a Pussy, right? Now, to be fair, $8 million to transition mice is a waste of money. You know, just look at Mickey Mouse, right? You put a $6 bow on him and boom, Minnie Mouse. But hey, Trump, maybe you shouldn't criticize weird science stuff when your new best friend is the one putting microchips in monkey brains, and when those monkeys die, your other new best friend is taking them home in a doggy bag. But still, Trump did show his range. When his speech turned to Greenland, he showed off a very singular special talent, reassuring our allies in a bizarrely threatening way.
I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Does Trump listen to himself when he talks? He's sending a lot of mixed messages right now. You hear that, Greenland? It's your choice, but you will be ours. Dude, look, totally your call. It's inevitable. Look, guys, Greenland, it's up to you. We're easy, okay? Give us your minerals. Of course, part of Trump's role in this performance is also announcing a major new policy, but doing it in the Trumpiest way possible.
Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in.
Yeah, I mean, this makes perfect sense. You know, Trump can't make announcements on April Fool's Day. Otherwise, we would all be like, what? Is this a joke? I mean, you know, as opposed to every other day where that isn't our reaction to the stuff he does. I love the level of reverence Trump shows for April Fool's Day. Juneteenth, that's not even a word. Now, this April Fool's Day, we will honor our ancestors by playing pranks and overall tomfoolery. It's important. By the way, no one over the age of 14 even celebrates April Fool's Day. That's like saying, I was going to end inflation next Friday, but actually that's when the Kids' Choice Awards are, so we'll see. But as always, the most important part of Trump's performance, neatly, the Democrats.
Joe Biden, the worst president in American history. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies. Look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy, or to make them stand, or smile, or applaud. Nothing I can do.
I don't get why everyone that I've been bullying for 10 years never smiles at me. Why don't you like me, you limp dick lunatics? And by the way, how is Trump still obsessed with Biden? Move on, dude. You won. Right? You think Mark Zuckerberg is still talking about Tom from MySpace? No. He's busy having a midlife crisis. Look at this. Also, dude, you busted out the Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas line? That is such an old joke. You might as well have been like, hey, Pocahontas, what? So all in all, my review of last night's theater production is that it was humiliating in a display of thirst for attention, blind partisan rage, and a total disinterest in doing anything that might benefit the people. In other words, it truly was the State of the Union. Now, for more on last night's speech, we go live to the Capitol with Ronnie Chang.
This new veneer fixes ugly teeth and is bringing back smiles to millions of Americans. And for a
we go live to the Capitol with Ronnie Chang.
Oh my God, it was so crazy. I had people holding up signs, an old guy like yelled something. Dude, last night was nothing, Costa. That shit was more boring than White Lotus.
But It's not all about the plot. They're building the character. Look. But what matters here is that our nation's leaders were acting like screaming children. That's embarrassing.
Let me give you some international perspective, okay? Watch what happened in Serbia's parliament yesterday, right? Look at this. It's smoke bombs, okay? This looks like Philadelphia after a Super Bowl or any day. You know how many smoke bombs you have to set off to overpower cigarette smoke in Serbia? That is an abandonment of decorum, okay? Especially in Serbia, a country where 80% of the men work as bouncers, okay? How about Taiwan? Okay, long-time democracy, polite Asian country. Look at their parliament last month. Here they are politely barricading each other with chairs in a complete disregard for feng shui. It's like Taiwan. It's like, hey, Taiwan Parliament, how about you stop fighting and come over and help me move my apartment, all right? I only have 3 chairs, it would take no time. All right, I get your point. All right, well, too bad, because I'm not done, okay? Look at Italy, okay? Look at this. I don't even know why they're fighting. It's probably because someone voted to add pineapple on pizza, or I don't know. And look up, how about the country of Georgia, all right? It's normal, Look at punch in the face. That guy just really snuck up on you coming in from the front like that in a well-lit room.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that in America, we're better than them. So, you're right. Thank you.
No, I'm saying we should also be doing that, all right? Hey, America, if you're gonna get rowdy, don't half-ass it with like a little whiteboard, okay? Congress should have looked like Walmart on Black Friday or Philadelphia on any day.
Come on, if we do that, Congress won't get anything done.
They already don't get anything done. You might as well start a Royal Rumble. Which reminds me, I better get out of here, okay? Estonia has an agricultural committee meeting on pay-per-view. I don't want to
Ronnie Chang, everybody.
Belt Basics all-day boxer briefs are designed for all-day comfort. To prove it, I'm literally gonna stand here all day.
So we're gonna carry on doing what we do, and we're gonna carry on improving. We're gonna carry on making ourselves better, and most importantly, we gotta carry on enjoying the life that we have. We do this life together. We have it, and we have all the dreams that we've managed to achieve to get to this point is still there for us to go back home to enjoy. And we viewed this life, and I'm just glad that now that the shows are over for me for this year, I can go home and enjoy some time with my family and my wife, and I really enjoy it. Let's take it all in. What's happened the last few months, and take some time off. I'm sorry, man, to hold on to these things. I hold on to narratives that get down about it. I don't stay down for that, man. I'm just not that type of guy. I'm sorry, but some people might be very disappointed. I feel very hurt by this, but I got too much good things going for me, so I can't. So I'm just really appreciative for where I am, and I'm looking forward to the next journey, man. And as usual, we'll get better. We'll come back stronger, as we always do. So guys, thank you. Thank you very much. And always, you know me, I'll give updates every single step of my journey as we go through it. Always. So let's get it.
Alright, what's going on, you guys? Nick here with Nick Strength and Power. I've got a couple of interesting stories for you guys today. The first story that I've got for you guys today, a series of physique updates from Nick Walker. Starting with this back lat spread that he posted today, we also got a side chest and a most muscular over the past couple of days. We would be right around the 10-week out mark right now from the Pittsburgh Pro. Now, in addition to these physique updates, there's also been some back and forth between Nick and Bob Chicarello. Bob on the Cutler cast, I think right before the Olympia, was talking about Nick and saying he has no chance of winning the Olympia. Nick fired back on Fuad's podcast, and Nick also said his prediction for the Olympia this year is that he will crack the top 3 if he's at his best again. And obviously, I mean, first, before we talk about Nick at the Olympia, we've got to see what happens in Pittsburgh, because Nick does have to re-qualify. As of right now, he's not qualified for the Olympia. That's his goal with Pittsburgh. He has said He wants that to be the only show that he does, qualify for the Olympia, and then focus on that. Now we'll see if that's what happens. Obviously, he's going to have to go through guys like Martin Fitzwater and Good Vito in Pittsburgh, and I think that's going to be a very exciting show. And it seems like at this point it would be hard to top the excitement that we got this weekend at the Arnold. But these shows coming up, we're going to have some banger lineups in New York, in Pittsburgh, the Arnold Brazil, Detroit Pro. There's a lot of stuff coming up in just a few weeks, a few months. But to me, that's really the next big one on the horizon is the Pittsburgh Pro, where we're finally going to get to see what Nick is looking like. And, you know, based on these updates, what we've been seeing from Nick lately, I think one thing that we can glean from that is that he's confident. He's been posting a lot more frequently updates than he was, you know, when he was with Matt Jansen. He wasn't really posting updates this far out in the prep for a show this frequently. So he's certainly back to posting at a pretty good beat here. And he looks in the updates to be back on track. And I think if you couple that with what we saw this past weekend at the Arnold with Derek Lunsford, I mean, one of the questions that I was most excited to see answered was when a bodybuilder like that, an elite level guy like Derek, been with a coach for a long time, changes up his coach, is he able to beat the look that he had with the coach that he had such a long-standing relationship with? And Derek obviously was able to do that. Now, Nick is also an elite high-level bodybuilder. He changed up coaches from his longtime coach, Matt Jansen. He had some success with Matt. And now we've learned, you know, just recently, that it can happen. You can come in better than the coach that you're with for a long time, even as a top-level bodybuilder. So I think just seeing that, even though obviously Derek's situation and Derek's coaching is a completely separate situation from Nick, I think just Derek proving that it's possible and in a big way, beating the reigning Mr. Olympia at the Arnold Classic is a pretty big success. But seeing that recently, I think kind of reignites some confidence in Nick. And I think confidence from the fans towards Nick that he can come back and do it. Because there's a lot of conversation. I mean, honestly, after the Olympia where Derek took third, there's a lot of people saying Derek's done. And obviously there's been a lot of that conversation about Nick. Missing these last two Olympias, there's been a lot of conversation about Nick being done. And granted, Derek didn't have any serious injuries like Nick did, so that again, they're two very different, separate situations. But I think it is a little bit of a proof positive of what Nick could possibly do. And my question for you guys is, when Nick says he'll be in the top three at the Olympia this year, assuming he qualifies, which I think he probably will, whether or not it's at the Pittsburgh Pro remains to be seen. It could be a different show. If he doesn't win that, he can just keep competing. But I guess my question for you guys is, A, do you think that Nick will be in the top three at this year's Olympia? And if he is, who do you think the other two guys will be? Will it be Derek and Samson? Will it be Samson and Hadi? Could it be Hadi and Derek? And how do you see Nick faring against those guys? I mean, based on the fact that, you know, what we just saw from Samson and Derek at the Arnold, we got a pretty good idea of what they're looking like recently. How do you think Nick would do against those physiques? Because he kind of said in that video where he was talking about his Olympia predictions that he was basing it off how these guys just looked in Columbus. So how would you guys have that shaking out? Now, next up in the news, I wanted to also add, I saw this post from Hadi Chupin today, and I wasn't entirely sure what the caption meant, but he confirmed that this was a recent update taken today on March 5th, 2025. Maybe by the time you're watching this, it'll be March 6th, but taken today, March 5th, 2025. And he says, today I was happier than ever, because today I saw people who were more jealous, so I'm sure my path is right. Let's go, brother. There's no time to look around. And he tagged Hani Rambod in this post. So I'm not entirely sure why Hadi didn't do the Arnold this year. I've heard speculation that it was because he wasn't able to get the visa in time and he knew he wasn't going to be able to get that visa. And I'm also not entirely convinced that Hani won't continue to coach Hadi for the Olympics.
Welcome to the pit. Let's go save some lives.
Is it always this busy?
No, it's a lot busier.
That Hani won't continue to coach Hadi for the Olympia this year. But I was looking at this update, and he's training chest here. He looks good. He's posing a little bit, and obviously it's recent. I wanted to pose the question: if Hadi had done the Arnold Classic this weekend, do you think he would have won? Now, obviously, in this update, he's not in contest shape. He obviously wasn't prepping for this, but he's still really lean year-round. He maintains a really good physique. And I forget who I heard saying this, but I was watching some podcast where they made the point, and I thought it was a good point, that Hadi year-round trains crazy. He doesn't really cycle off. He's always in good shape. He's always on top of his diet. There's really no reason why he couldn't have jumped in this show and done well, with the exception of the visa thing that he struggled with for years. And I think that probably is the reason, but I think it is a really interesting topic to discuss because Samson was off at this Arnold, and I think that is one of the big reasons why he lost. And obviously Derek was very, very on better than. Again, I think one of the big reasons that Samson lost was, especially during prejudging, the way that he faded in those call-outs. And Hadi was actually ahead of Derek at the Olympia. He was second to Samson and battling much closer to Samson. And you can almost assume, almost know, that Hadi would have been peeled here. He would have been in shape. Could Hadi have won this show had Hadi been in it? Now, obviously, not really a whole lot of point in speculating because he wasn't here. You got to play to win. You got to be there. You got to compete. But when we go into the Olympia this year, I'm sure that now after this Arnold, there's going to be a lot of talk of maybe Derek is going to win again. Maybe Samson's not going to be able to defend his title. I'm sure that's going to be a lot of the discussion. But one of the first things that I thought about when I saw this update from Hadi was, if Hadi had been there, would Hadi have won? And maybe at the Olympia, there's a good case to be made. I mean, again, kind of assuming he's going to be able to get to the Olympia. Maybe he'll have the same visa issue again, and we don't really know who he's going to work with. If Hani will still coach him, even though Hani said he's officially retired, I don't know that I fully buy into that idea, but who knows? I think there's a good conversation to be made for, if Samson is off at the Olympia, could Hadi win it again? And if Hadi had done the Arnold, could he have won? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Speaking of comebacks, and speaking of the Pittsburgh Pro, this latest physique update we got from Terrence Ruffin, Rough Diesel, just in the past 24 hours. Terrence looks incredibly impressive in this update. And I think anybody doubting the ability of Terrence to have a successful comeback, I think they're tripping. I think Terrence looks great here, and I think he's going to come back better than ever. This is kind of a reminder, I think, to a lot of people. I mean, this physique update had 50,000 likes on it, so I think it kind of served its purpose as a reminder to a lot of people. Terrence is still here. Yes, he took some time off, but look at this physique. Terrence never left, and I think at the Pittsburgh Pro,
good Lord, algorithm, thank you. I should put them bookers in my chat. Wait a minute, was that a butt plug? You put a butt plug to the gym? Pickable, 80 pointers like a Kobe gang. Pickable, 762s. Yeah, you a different type of freak. Make a blank. Pickable, popping out, you better smell my name. Pickable. But I got a question though. What if you got a fly? Put your forearms on a full flap. Pickable. Good Lord, algorithm, thank you. I should put them bookers in my chat. Wait a minute, was that a butt plug? You put a
situation there. Jesus.
Terrence never left. And I think at the Pittsburgh Pro, he's going to prove that and quickly qualify for the Olympia. And again, with classic physique, I think there's a good discussion to be made, or a good discussion to have, about who is going to be the next guy in the absence of Chris Buxton. I'm like, this weekend, that he's kind of here to stay. He was second to Chris at the Olympia. He won the Arnold and beat an amazing version of Logan Franklin. The best Logan I think we've ever seen. And also, of course, beating the defending champion Wesley Vissers, a really good Matt Grego, Michael DePool. It was a very impressive Arnold Classic physique lineup, even though it lacked, Urs Kalsinski, Ramon Dino, Terrence Ruffin, the guys that we're used to seeing there. So Mike kind of has established that he's here to stay, and Mike is one of the kind of shorter physiques in open bodybuilding. And we kind of talked about how the Arnold could be a show that sets the tone for 2025 of what the judges are looking for from a classic physique champion. Now that Chris Bumstead is gone, and Chris was the standard, he was the guy setting that tone. Now that he's gone, I feel like this Arnold has kind of established that Mike kind of is the guy right now. Shorter, more compact, and he beat some tall guys at this Arnold that looked incredible, including Logan Franklin, including Wesley Bishop. I wouldn't say incredible for Wesley, but in Logan's case, a taller guy that looked incredible. Matt Grego, also a taller guy. Now, it could also mean that it's setting the tone for a more muscular physique to win the classic physique division, because Mike Sommerfeld, a lot of people were saying, kind of looks like a 212 bodybuilder, or even could potentially go to open. He's got a lot of muscle mass, so that also could have been the message that the judges were sending, and not necessarily just a short versus tall thing, but classic physique is so subjective, it's kind of hard to say. But I think in Terrence's case, it's probably a good thing if Mike Sommerfeld winning was setting the tone for what they're looking for in classic, because Terrence is a shorter guy. I think a lot of people maybe felt like Chris's physique would be replaced with another, kind of taller, imposing, big stage presence type of physique like a guy like. But I do think if Mike Sommerfeld winning the Arnold set any kind of tone, the tone it set was probably a good one for Terrence. And I also wanted to talk about, Terrence posted a story that I thought was kind of interesting. I wanted to read it to you here. So Terrence said, for my classic guys, I remember the same thing. Arnold giving $6,000 my first year versus $50,000 the following year. With viewership at the Arnold and Olympia being virtually the same for classic and the open now, guys in the top 10 or up, upcoming superstars support the shows that are supporting us. I have 4 shows planned this year, all of which demonstrating that they value what the classic brings to the stage. And then he finishes off with, I learned from Dexter Jackson that what you do when you're at this level not only affects you, but all who come after. So I'm assuming, obviously one of the shows is going to be Pittsburgh. I'm assuming obviously one of them is going to be Olympia. He doesn't detail what other shows would be in between that, but he says he wants to do shows that value classic physique. And I was also wondering if it means that maybe he's saying next year he's going to do the Arnold Classic as well, because I think this was a complimentary post to the Arnold, because I think they clearly value the classic physique division. But I really do think, based on this physique update, based on this post, that Terrence is going to be active in 2025 for shows. And honestly, Terrence in any given lineup, I feel like he's probably there's a good chance he wins 3 of the 4 if one is the Olympia. And then whether or not he wins the Olympia, of course, is really hard to say. But if Terrence does do 3 shows outside of the Olympia, I would think he'd probably win all 3. But it brings me to another thing that I wanted to talk about here, and that was Chris Bumstead's story that he posted during the Arnold Classic. And it kind of relates to what Terrence is saying here. I guess it's kind of in a different way. So Chris put up a story that was a screenshot of the video of Mike Sommerfeld and Logan Franklin, and he says, I'm going to say it, classic more exciting than open. So I think that's another interesting discussion to have, and Terrence kind of touched on that too, with the viewership kind of being even now. And I've seen that too for a couple of years now. It seems the recaps, even that I do, of classic and open for the Olympia, for the Arnold, classic gets just as many views, and in some cases more than recaps on the open. I mean, the classic physique division undeniably has grown in popularity like exponentially since the division was created. And I'm kind of curious what the reason you guys think that is for that. I mean, obviously it's a more relatable division than open bodybuilding. The physiques are a little bit more attainable. I feel like at the amateur level, there's a lot more people competing and aspiring to compete in the classic physique division, because like I said, it's not as crazy as open. You don't have to be 250 plus pounds. You don't have to be a big Rami. It's more about the aesthetics and conditioning and the lines and things that a lot of people could relate to, and physiques that the average guy would want to have. Even outside of the sport, outside of the NPC, outside of the IFBB, if you're just a regular Joe, you probably want to be a little bit more muscular, but you probably don't have any aspiration of looking like Big Rami. But you might see a picture of a guy like Logan Franklin this weekend, for example, that's a guy that I feel like most guys, even outside of the sport, would want to look like. And so my question to you guys is, this has kind of been a conversation for a couple years too, but my question to you guys is, do you think classic physique is now more exciting than open bodybuilding? Because there's been this conversation for years that eventually classic physique will surpass open bodybuilding in popularity, and during the course of those years, the conversation kind of was, well, men's open bodybuilding is always be the big draw because it's the freak show. You want to pay money to see something that you don't see every day. And to that point, you don't see a Samson Dowda, you don't see a Hadi Chupin, you don't see a big Rami, you don't see people like that walking around every day. But maybe a classic physique guy, you see somebody that size or in that kind of shape or with those kind of aesthetics, you could see that maybe at your local gym. You could see that maybe walking around somewhere. But you won't see a guy like Big Rami really just on a day-to-day basis. But does that even matter? And is that argument now kind of a moot point? And is that argument even true? That the freak show, the big guys, those will always be the ticket draws. Is that era already fading? Because these classic guys, not only are their physiques incredible, like what we saw from Logan and Mike Sommerfeld, and not even just them, Matt Grego looked great, Michael DeBull looked great, Wesley's got a crazy physique. I mean, all these guys, they look really good. And I think that not only are the physiques great and relatable, attainable, desirable physiques, but all these guys in classics seem to each have their own unique, massive following. Especially some of the guys from overseas, like Urs, for example, Wesley, for example. They've got like individual massive audiences of overseas audiences, not just United States people. And, Logan Franklin might have a majority United States fan base. Wesley Vissers might have a majority European fan base. Urs might have a majority German fan base, but all of them are huge, like millions of followers. You think about Wesley, for example, who got 5th at the Arnold this year. And you look at Akeem, who's one of the top placers in Open. He's got like 250,000 followers on Instagram. Wesley has 1 million. William Bonac, who was in the top 5, he barely has 1 million. He doesn't have 1 million yet. And then you look at even, Sean Corrida, he's got like 600K. And he's won the Mr. Olympia in 212. Andrew Jack, one of the biggest names in bodybuilding right now, 800K on Instagram. And he was 3rd place at the Arnold. So if you compare Wesley, the 5th place guy in classic physique at the Arnold, to even the top 3 open guys, he exceeds their following. Logan Franklin also has 1 million followers. Mike Sommerfeld, relatively new to the scene as far as being a top placer, he's got like 520K. So like, if you look at the numbers, not even just who's watching the classic physique show, but if you look at the numbers of the individual athletes' followings, the classic physique guys have been around a shorter amount of time, and they have bigger followings, even in worse placing positions. Now, Samson and they actually both have 1.4 million followers each on Instagram, but they are the Open Mr. Olympia champs. They've each won the Olympia, and Derek even won 212. But again, I just named 2 classic guys that were in this Arnold lineup that have over 1 million followers, and neither of them have ever won the Olympia. And this year, neither of them won the Arnold. So like, from a numbers perspective, I'm starting to really see this argument that classic physique not only could surpass men's open bodybuilding, but it could actually be happening right now. And I don't know how you measure whether or not it has passed men's open, because men's open has this legacy, right? Men's open has been around forever. It's got this rich history, especially of, past Olympia champs, whatever. But how do you measure it? Is it these guys' followings? Is it their engagement? Is it the number of people watching the division comparison? I didn't think about Chris Bumstead in comparison to any of these guys to have the following. I just told you that Derek and Samson each had slightly over 1 million followers on Instagram. Samson easily being the most talked about open bodybuilder all year. Easily. 1.4 million. Chris has almost 26 million Chris Bumstead on Instagram. Is that an indicator of the success of the division? Or maybe you look at the number of registrations. Like on the amateur level, I'd be curious to know how many people are registering for NPC classic physique shows versus how many are registering for the bodybuilding class on the NPC level. Like in an entire year, how many people are registering for classic? How many people are registering for bodybuilding? Sam Sulik, for example, I was kind of surprised to see him do classic physique. I heard that he was going to do it. I kind of didn't believe it because he gets so big. He even said he was 270 like 5 months ago. Cut down to 216 or 217 to make weight for classic physique. I kind of expected him to do open bodybuilding at the Arnold Amateur. Even he chose classic physique, and in that pursuit had to lose over 50 pounds. And him being like the most popular bodybuilding YouTuber, most popular bodybuilding influencer right now, and for him to pick classic physique, I think also says something about the popularity of that division, and I think Sam recognized that too. So I mean, this is kind of a long-winded rant, kind of a long-winded discussion, but I am curious to hear what you guys think. Do you think classic physique will become the #1 division and surpass men's open bodybuilding? Or do you think it already has? Or do you think that men's open will always be the #1 draw, will always be the top dog? Because when you look at some of these numbers, it does make you scratch your head a little bit and kind of wonder, is classic already there? And to be frank, if you're talking about numbers, Sam Sulik competing in amateur classic physique did more views than a lot of the videos about anything to do with the pros at the Arnold. And granted, it has the Sam Sulik name attached to it, but a big part of that was him competing in classic physique, which I think he did intentionally. I think he picked the Arnold Classic Amateur specifically for a reason, and I think he to do classic physique specifically for a reason, because he sees the popularity of that division. And that's kind of another thing to consider with the star power of so many of these classic athletes. Just imagine, I'm not saying that this is going to happen, I'm not jumping the gun on the Sam Sulik hype train, but just imagine Sam becomes a very active classic physique pro. Imagine how many views and how many eyeballs and how many tickets would be sold if Sam does, even if he just does the Arnold Classic as a pro in classic physique next year. Imagine how big that would make that show. But then even imagine if Sam wins a pro show and qualifies for the Olympia in classic physique. You can't tell me that the draw that would have would be almost unmatched, with the exception of maybe Chris Bumstead. So I think there is like an element, there is something to be said about these influencers that have massive audiences, massive star power, picking classic physique, and they're bringing their following with them. And Sam's following is so big, that could be something that moves the needle in this conversation of could classic surpass open bodybuilding. And I really think it's going to be interesting to watch, because I am kind of imagining if Sam just starts competing as a pro, like very actively, starts winning shows, and he's like really in depth involved in it. He's constantly posting about it. He's making videos about his preps. He's making videos about the show. I genuinely think that'll be something that moves the needle in the direction of classic physique potentially being more popular than open. And I think another thing to think about, and again, I know this is getting a little bit long-winded, but as it pertains to the discussion of classic versus open, is classic seems to appeal to the younger audience, high schoolers, college kids, 25 to 35, that younger group. And I think a lot of the people that say open bodybuilding could never be replaced are kind of the older group, kind of like the 40 plus, 50 plus. But if classic is that division that's really capturing that younger demographic, then that does kind of make it seem like that's the future. And I would say, as far as my opinion goes, I was equally entertained by both. I genuinely was as entertained and as excited to see Logan Franklin and Mike Sommerfeld battle in classic physique as I was Derek and Samson. And Derek and Samson are both Mr. Olympia champs. But I was so impressed by how Logan looked and I was so impressed by Mike, and I thought it was such a close battle, such an apples and oranges comparison. I didn't know who was going to win that. So I think the suspense of that, to me, was equally entertaining as men's open bodybuilding. I wouldn't say that one was bigger than the other, but I would still say at the end of the day, the men's open bodybuilding Arnold Classic, that result was obviously still the story of the week. I mean, Derek beating Samson, I think definitely eclipsed anything that happened in classic physique at the Arnold. But to me, watching the top two comparisons, to me they were equally entertaining. But as far as like the overall impact on the industry, the stories that came after, I think obviously Derek winning was kind of eclipsing everything, any other division. And I want to pivot back to open here because I kind of vented, ranted, whatever, a little bit too long on classic. But Samson Dowda, I opened this video with kind of a message from Samson talking about, graciously and humbly, talking about the fact that he took second at the Arnold, how he was a little disappointed, but congratulating Derek and saying he's going to take a break and kind of focus on the Olympia. So it sounds like you're not going to see Samson do what Samson typically does.
Guys, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you guys are doing well, man. Happy Sunday. Yes. Yeah, man, what a weekend, what a weekend. The Arnold class is officially over. And yes, what a show. First and foremost, man, congratulations to the winner, Derek Johnson, man. That's a hell of a battle. That's a hell of a showing. Gotta get out of the way. Guys, yes, so here we are, Sunday. Just finished with the Arnold Classic. And yeah, man, obviously, hey, it's not hiding the fact that you won't feel a bit disappointed, man, not winning the show. But you know what? My life is part of it, man. Me coming back from university and picking myself up after something like this is what I've always done. Something done in my life. This exact same time last year, we were exactly in the same position. And you all know what I do, man. I go away, I work, I come back better. Time and time again. So this is no different. But you know what? Yeah, first and foremost, I want to say, man, all you guys went through this journey, you know, we came straight from the Olympia, got straight to the Arnold. It was intense, it was hard, it took a lot out of us. And you know what, man, at this point, I'm just finally have a break and have a moment. But you guys have followed me and showed me support throughout it. I just want to say thank you guys very much, man. It's been absolutely amazing. We always have an amazing journey. We always go through this stuff time and time again. You guys are always there to support and always use your support to fuel me through it. So, man, I always say, man, guys, always thank you. Thank you very, very much. And I'm always appreciative. And I'm always appreciating the position I'm in because, like I said, you know, this time last year, I never looked at any of my setbacks, I never defeat in shows because this is a competition. It's bodybuilding. You can't win them all. I never look at my setbacks, I just look at them and look, there's your next challenge. Now, there we go, rise above it once again. You don't focus on things that you don't have, you focus on things that you already have. This is how you stay strong and keep moving forward. From my side, I want to thank my wife, I want to thank my team. They have worked so goddamn hard this last few months. They have really put themselves in there. Mel has gone above and beyond. Just like a wife, she's always stood by my side through it all. And she'll carry on sticking by my side. You know, she's my wife, she'll hang on the boss because of a loss. So we're going to carry on doing what we do. And we're going to carry on improving. We're going to carry on making ourselves better. And most importantly, we're going to carry on enjoying our life that we have. We build this life together. We have it and we have. All the dreams that we've managed to achieve to get to this point is still there for us to go back home to enjoy. And we've built this life, and I'm just glad that now that the shows are over for me for this year, I can go home and enjoy some time with my family and my wife, and I really enjoy that. Actually take it all in, what's happened the last few months, and you know, take some time off and appreciate that. So for me, I'm sorry, man, to hold on to these things and hold on to negative and get down about it. I don't stay down for that long, man. I just not that kind of guy. I'm sorry, but you know, some people might be very disappointed. I feel very hurt by this, but I've got too much good things going for me, so I can't. So I'm just really appreciative for where I am, and I'm looking forward to the next journey, man. And as usual, I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna come back stronger, as we always do. So guys, thank you, guys. Thank you very much, and always, you know me. I'm gonna keep updates every single step of my journey as we go through it. Always. So let's get it.
Optical Probe. This is the cutting-edge portable Wi-Fi hotspot that people wish they found out about sooner. With this pocket Wi-Fi, you can simply stay connected whether you're working, traveling, or simply on the go. But why should your internet...
This is by far the most fun thing I have ever grown.
Well, some like it with a little curvature.
That girl said, how do you hate the job that pays your bills, but somehow you love the man that does it?
Nothing cures a fantasy like a quick dose of reality.
Some of my guy friends gave me permission to make a handicap for him.
And why is that?
Because I was telling him how easy dating is with dating apps. And he was telling me that it's incredibly difficult. And I was like, Pete, you must be doing something wrong. And he gave me permission to create an account for him and just run the account.
And how is it going so far, being a guy on a dating app?
I've been a virtual boy for 3 days. And I've never felt this bad about myself. I feel like a freaking loser trying to get these girls to like me. And I'm starting to hate women.
Oh dear. It doesn't sound like it's going very well at all. But let's hear what's going on.
He put out a 6. But I'm so desperate, I'm liking the 2s and the 3s, and even they won't like me back. He, which is a 6.
Gee, I wonder what could be going on here.
So what level of delusion has entered women's heads? Like, what is going on? It is so difficult dating as a boy. I hate it. I'm on day 3 of being a boy, and I hate women, and I'm more depressed than ever.
That is truly unfortunate, and I'm genuinely sorry to hear that.
Hey guys, I'm kind of in an odd market. I'm curious, what's your experience like? Is it like this right here? How's it going for you? Let me know in the comments.
It finally fucking happened. If you don't know me, hey, hi, I'm gay.
Who cares? Like, what is going on? It is so difficult dating as a boy. I hate it. I'm on day 3 of being a boy, and I hate...
What's your experience like? Is it like this right here? How's it going for you? Let me know in the comments.
It finally fucking happened. If you don't know me, hey, hi, I'm gay.
Who cares?
It's important to the story. And I've been getting my nails done for 8 years. Every time I go in, and I'm like, hey, can you make 2 fingers short? For those of you who don't get it, think about it. Yeah, I think we get it. Anyway, and every time I go in and I'm like, I want 2 nails shorter, they're like, what the fuck do you mean? That's gonna look stupid. And I have to argue back and forth. And usually it ends in me just giving up the conversation because I'm too embarrassed. But this time I finally did it. So my left hand is regular, but look at my right hand. Look at her, baby. She looks great. And I figured it out. So I'm sitting there and I ask, I'm like, oh, can I get these 2 shorter? And inevitably the person looks up at me and is like, what? And I go, oh, I'm a bowler. I'm a, like, for the bowling ball, like, so I can, like, grab it. Otherwise my nails will break, you know, like, I need it.
That's real smart, real clever.
And she was like, oh, yeah, okay. And then she thought about it a little. And she was like, you know what? I feel like I've seen this style, like, online. And I don't want to tell her maybe her algorithm is up to something. But I was like, yeah.
Well, if they trimmed her nails for bowling, they had to do the thumb too, so she better be using that thumb.
Nothing is worse than a fart that slips up your pussy, alright? And men, they won't fucking understand this pain. They never will get this very particular agony. But for those of us pussy havers, alright? It's a camaraderie that we share.
I couldn't see it, but I can see it.
I, Danielle, take you, Zeus, to be my lawfully wedded financial supporter. I vow to stress you the f*** out and eat off your plate for the rest of our lives. I will go through your phone in sickness and in health and accuse you of cheating whether I've found proof or not. I promise to gain weight and let myself go until you no longer want to stick your inside of me. When times get rough between us, I will complain more and listen less, never pray about it, and make us both look stupid by airing all of our business on Facebook. And even though I got pregnant on purpose to trap you into marrying me, I still won't tell you about all the guys I let sweat me after. I vow to love you for the rest of my life and never, ever leave you. As long as you don't lose your good paying job with benefits, or I'll leave you for someone with good money. I love you.
Well, we said it plenty of times before. Guys, you can't get married. It's just not in the cards. Not in these days. As funny as this is, there's a lot of truth behind it. We all know it to be true. We've seen it happen to all of our friends and family. Let's be real.
Bitch, what the fuck, 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 bitch, what the fuck.
Look, all I'm saying is, if God didn't want me to peg men, then why is that where your G-spot is? Riddle me that.
Shit, my G-spot's in the back of your neck.
The Notebook. The most famous love story on the planet is about cheating.
Yes, it is.
Bridges of Madison County is about cheating. Titanic is cheating. Pearl Harbor is cheating. So all of these big box movie classics that are love stories are all based on infidelity.
And it's based on women not being happy with the current relationship.
Right.
And they romanticize it. Right. And that happiness is put over everything else.
Right.
That's the thing, fellas. The girls are very easily influenced, so look at what she's into. Look at what she likes. Look what kind of movies she watches, what kind of books she's into. It can give you a projection into the future of what you'll actually have to deal with. They'll keep it undercover for a few years, but you can read between the lines.
This is a friendly reminder that every dead body on the top of Mount Everest used to be a very motivated person, so I think maybe we should just calm down a little bit and have some dessert.
Right one.
Today I have some bad news and good news for you. And I'll start with the bad news first because you deserve to know this sad fact. Most survival companies don't want you to see this page, I swear. They see that we're offering a best-selling, good for up to 25 years, 3-month survival food kit with a free gift pack. That's a perfect complement to your survival food. Why, Matt, you ask? Well, it solves the problem of how to cook your food in a blackout, how to try your survival food before you dig into your stash, and how to get started with your survival food kit on day one. Hint, we'll give you a free phone call from one of our customer service preparedness experts. Those other survival companies are dumbfounded. Frankly, we're still reeling at how good of a deal this is. But that's the good news for you. You found this incredible deal at the perfect time. The 3-month survival food kit is in stock and ready to ship from our warehouse in Utah. But the truth is, these kits aren't always ready and waiting for you. With the pandemic hit in 2020, we sold every 3-month kit we had in stock. Poof, it was gone. And then in 2021, lockdowns continued. It took months and months to build up enough stock on a survival food kit with this level of variety, recipes, and not to mention your free gifts, which are not throwaway tchotchkes, but bestsellers in their own right. So it's no wonder why the 3-month food kit is our #1 best-selling food kit.
I think maybe we should just calm down a little bit and have some dessert.
Writes one of the letters, he says, Dear John, to his son, today's one of the most terrible days of my life. Mr. Benson, my greatest rival, just died. If it was for Mr. Benson, I wouldn't have been driving to get to XYZ level. One day Mr. Benson called me the greatest predator he ever faced because he hated losing to criminals, but he didn't have a problem losing to me because I at least did business the right way. He writes a letter about his greatest rival dying to his son. He says, in life, you have to choose the right rivals, especially the ones that get the best at you.
The other day I talked about indirect ways life's working out. This is an interesting one. Your biggest rival can make you feel so uncomfortable that you actually become the best.
Only do women poop. They poop more than men. I'm not kidding. They might be fooling you. They ain't fooling me. When's the last time you knew for a fact that a woman was taken? Essentially never. Right. But they pee constantly. My wife peed 11 times before we even had lunch yesterday.
What's going on with your brain? You're behind your membership.
You know why they pee all? Because they're taking little poops. 10% of a poop here, or 15% of one 30 minutes later. They keep them small and they keep them quick. So we don't catch on. I haven't paid attention. Brian's been watching. I swear to God, dude, it's all you fucking do. Your intuition and your vision is accurate.
They really be messing things up with like the prettiest girls, and it's like, okay, they have 30, 40.
I'm so happy I came across this video today because within this video, 2 of the biggest problems with women and dating today are outlined perfectly.
So the first one is, for a lot of women, attention is their currency. With social media today, just like she was saying, a lot of women can get as much of it as they want, whenever they want. So now, whenever they're in a relationship and they run into an issue where the guy maybe sets a boundary about something that she doesn't like, she doesn't feel the urge to actually solve the issue and work through it together. Even whenever they are the issue, they feel entitled and don't take accountability. They just go get the attention from other guys, which will never lead to building a good, solid relationship with anybody, because every time the other person sets a boundary, you run away. And on top of that, any of the guys that are sliding up on your story or hitting up for them are not guys that you're going to want to have a relationship with. And second, women that think like this think that their looks are everything and they're entitled because of it. But guess what? To a guy that is actually valuable and can provide for you, that you're going to respect, is going to treat you really well, doesn't give two fucks about your looks if you're a bitch. That attitude, all you're going to get is a bunch of simps that you're going to get into a relationship with. It's not going to last because you don't respect them. And then before you know it, you're 30 years old and you're like, oh, where are all the good men at? Well, they're the guys that you probably left because you were unwilling to work through issues with them and fix yourself. And the funniest part about this is, a lot of the girls that say stuff like this are the most unqualified. Like, this girl is a young single mother, for example. You combine kids with that attitude, yeah, good luck finding a good guy that's going to stay with you.
I texted my boyfriend this morning, and I was like, do you wish that I did this for you more often? And he's like, get out of your head. Get out of your head. And I was like, no, yep, I'm going to go back to bed. I did not realize how hard a healthy relationship was going to be after mentally abusive, physically abusive ones, or like trauma, or childhood trauma, because holy shit, this is the hardest relationship I've ever been in, by far the hardest, because of how much I have to mentally overcome just to allow myself to be loved. I come up with these scenarios in my head so often, and I tell myself, like, there's no way this is real. Like, there's no way that this person truly is genuine. Because, like, no one else has ever been. You know, like, no one else has ever treated me well or treated me with well intentions or had put their best foot forward. So it's so hard for me to be like, yep, I'm going to let my guard down. I'm going to allow myself to feel these things. Like, you don't get that warning when you get, like, your first real and genuine love.
Man, guys, it's a wild world we're in. In the previous clip to this one, the girl talks about how guys mess up with pretty chicks and then they just get 30 DMs in an hour posting a story. And that's really how they handle things, you know? And by the time they're 30, they're all kind of singing this tune, to be honest. Where they're all damaged, they have all these problems, they can't even sew. And the older they get past 30, the worse that the girl in the red shirt stuff becomes. It really is, I gotta tell you. Every one of them has a story like this that they identify with. It's well, it's a problem. It's hard to be with someone that's this fragile and always has problems. It just doesn't work. And well, what do we get out of it for all the effort? A little bit of ass? Well, this girl's been giving out ass her whole life for nothing. So, like, that's half her problem, right? So why are you gonna come save that?
Relax.
What you doing? Why you sit next to her like that?
She touched my purple-headed yogurt slinger's
I don't know what yogurt single, anything. I don't like that you sit next to her like that. And she take the hand and
Okay, honey, can I have a kiss?
Where?
On your finger.
My face?
Who's in your...
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over 2.9 million barrels, creating steady jobs for hard-working folks chasing the American dream. You can share in our success by investing with Phoenix Energy and get 9 to 13% annual interest through our Regulation B 506C bond offering. Join our next investor webinar to learn more about Phoenix Energy.
Hi, my name is Monica, and I save $1,700 a month with GoodRx. As a single mom with 3 boys, I would take care of my kids first, and I always put my medical needs last. Thanks to GoodRx, I don't have to choose between the two.
Losing your temper is a weakness. It's weakness. It's a weakness to lose your temper. When you lose your temper, you're showing everyone around you that you can't control yourself, that you can't control your emotions. And if you can't control your emotions, how can you control anything? It's immature. It messes up your decision-making process. When you're getting all emotional, all freaked out about something, You're losing your mind. You're not going to make good decisions. And everybody sees that and everybody knows it. So what you have to do is stay calm. Take a step back, take a breath, get control of yourself, and then proceed forward.
I like this a lot, man. We've all lost our temper before. For me, it really does come down to taking a deep breath, just slowing my thoughts down for a second, and not being like, what the fuck? Because as soon as I do that, man, I can't. It's a hard time coming down. Just try to avoid doing it in the first place is the best advice I have for you.
I'm here to talk about your restraining order against me. I didn't actually need to say that all those words and then
Get away from my kid.
No.
Bro, sticking to this diet shit's so fucking hard. It's all mental. It is all mental. You know why it's hard? Because your mind's inside a bitch. You got the same problem your hands and feet got. They're attached to a bitch. Learn how to control your mind, and the bitch will leave your body.
Well, I gotta say, the truth is, if you want to be a savage, you gotta let the bitch leave your body, and it is painful for like 6 months, so get at it.
Whenever your driving instructor, Amber, right? What are you doing? Why?
I get good head, so...
You're already kind of late. I'm already all out of juice, honey. First up, whenever your driving instructor, Amber, right? What are you doing? Why?
I get good head, so...
You're already kind of late. I'm already all out of juice, honey. The person before you literally got me right.
What do you mean? You just got out the car with that big black guy.
I know, my jaw is hurting.
You gonna need my ass today?
You gonna need my ass? Champagne, man.
We wait for you to get sick, and you do. Then, once you are sick, we don't restore your health. The doctor gives us a toxic pill which makes us sicker and keeps us sick. We merely manage your symptoms. So we can manage your high blood pressure, we can manage your cholesterol, we can manage your pain. Your system is a hoax.
Well, you know, I'm hoping it'll all turn around. We gotta start making some noise. The housing market's jacked, the healthcare is fucked. We gotta do something, we gotta raise up, we gotta begin to talk about it every day. We gotta do something about this shit. Alright, y'all, let's see what I got for you today. I want to talk to you guys a little bit about scheduling. Because, you know, I'm juggling a lot of things here. And the scheduling really comes down to prioritizing, obviously.
Is the king of dips. It enhances the flavor of everything. Roast beef, onions, cheese. I would dip everything in au jus if I could.
Yeah. Y'all doing good today. I see you got smiles on your face. How many people caught on we shot all these videos? How y'all doing? Same thing. I want to feel the coat on.
The jig is off. It's the same clothes, man.
Everybody wear the same.
Alright.
Hey, so what this kid talking about? Yeah. He getting back to the elders, man. He's supporting the elders.
She's giving back to the convalescent homes.
Yeah, I can't wait till I get old. Right. That's a joke I get. But if I am old, she came through. They show me what we're talking about. It's good in video.
What do you do in this industry?
I'm senior citizens.
How old are we talking?
80.
How do you find senior citizens?
I'm friends with an 80-year-old. We make content all the time.
So he's just always finding more dudes for you?
He's a pimp.
Has anything ever gone wrong with an elderly person?
No, but a grandpa.
How many?
Grandpa.
No, 5.
So these guys aren't paying or anything? You're just doing this for the love of the game?
Yeah, it's all free.
Wow.
The key is you got to make it to 80 though.
Right.
How many people don't make it to 80?
She said that Grandpa GB.
What is that? Grandpa GB.
I don't want to say it.
Come on, man.
Because you can't say it. GB?
Oh.
See his eyes. He said, oh.
All the moan dudes like, oh, come over. All right, let me grab the face. Squeeze out of there.
One of them's like, hold her down with my walker. let me use my pudding for.
Oh man!
Oh God, Chris!
Oh man, you take you
know what? Every time, all that crazy stuff you said.
It's gonna be the white plate. I don't want black plate.
You want the vanilla? You want the vanilla? Yeah. Tapioca.
Well, you can't even go with banana plate. Yeah, man, look like you got something. Oh man, you went there too.
You just said you want to put it in her. But now this.
If I was an old man, I ain't gonna get them sugar balls. I want some.
Get up in there.
I'm going up in there.
Yo,
I know them walls is wide open. Nah, it's gonna be tight.
You don't think the old dudes is packing?
Hey, give me the pudding. I'm going in. Give me the vanilla pudding. I'm going in some. She's thick too, man.
So she said she had one old guy, so he's like her pimp.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So he put.
You probably think he's a pimp. She's making all the money.
Right, she's making all money. She said it's all free.
Yeah.
Like, nah.
It's all free. You ain't got to pay nothing.
I think it like the what's that woman that was he passed. I can't forget her. I can't remember her name, but she had an old dude and she had all this money. Mm-hmm. She was famous. I forget her name now.
Roberta Flack?
No, some white girl.
She looked like she tried to replicate Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah,
I know you're talking about.
You know
she
what I'm
tried to replicate Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, she might have like an old guy that's like taking care of her, and he just kind of wrangles people around. That's what I got from
Yeah, she getting some money.
Not necessarily pimp, but I'd say, she got somebody that she be fooling with, and then he be facilitating.
That's crazy.
Or maybe she really facilitating. That's a good word, man.
That means make it easy.
Yeah. He's facilitating her. Because clearly, I think she into that. She's.
All I need is that pudding to facilitate this. I want some.
You're gonna have a little pudding cup.
You sound like the booty warrior.
You do.
You look crazy just like him.
Yo, I guess in them convalescent homes, a woman's is like gold in water.
Yeah, Chris, you crazy.
That's what he said.
Gold water.
He said it's like water. It's like water.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know.
Man, that girl, man, she's a very attractive girl, man. Man, every time you see a white girl, you say that.
Right.
You man, I ain't never seen a white girl.
Oh man, she don't look.
She
look hella average.
Typical girl. That girl on her knees in there, that'll be average. Whoa! I hit the jackpot.
Especially in that.
Chris already had a pudding in his mouth.
I got the pudding louder all over me, man. I'm going in.
Yeah, I don't think that girl average, man. That girl, it's girl at least a 7.5, 8.
She looked like that girl that girl that died. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I forgot her name.
Trying to replicate Marilyn Monroe.
I forgot her name.
Marilyn Monroe. Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, she looked just like her. Her name was.
That's her. Both of them passed away by
Yeah.
What about an FBI took out Maryland?
Unbelievable. This is a mecca for...
Yeah.
So you're just gonna really live like that?
Yes, I'm leaving. Let me tell you something, okay?
That's crazy work.
I'm not gonna get bullied by no woman or her kids, especially when I do things that comes from my heart.
So you have no plans on getting married?
Let's go to City Hall.
I'm not a city.
At the end of the day, I love you more than life. But you gotta be easy with all this.
Love ain't enough. How long you plan on being?
I went broke. I took them out.
You
That's
saying
not
it costs
broke.
too much?
That's smart.
Broke people behavior.
That's smart. All right. Listen, you call it broke. You know what I'm saying?
She ain't even all that. Girl is whack for real.
You even see what your wife gonna be.
When it's all said and done, when these ugly girls find a man that really likes them, they try to get princess treatment, but even the man that likes them know you ain't even worth all that. Before we get started, go ahead and hit the like button. Definitely share the video. If this is your first time watching, hit that subscribe button. Let's get to it.
Oh, you really leaving?
Yeah, man. I told you I'm not buying your kids gifts.
All right, look, I know where this is going, and I haven't even hit play yet.
So you're just gonna really live like that?
Yes, I'm leaving. Let me tell you something, okay?
That's crazy work.
I'm not gonna get bullied by no woman or her kids, especially when I do things that comes from my heart.
Fellas, can you imagine dating a woman for a couple of months? She's beautiful, she's everything that you want, but she's telling you that you have to take care of her kids?
That's one thing. Since I've been here.
I told you I appreciate it.
Nah, no, you don't. One, you got this phone that recorded me. Probably gonna put the shit online and talk about I can't buy your kids the kids Christmas gift.
You signed up to date her, but you didn't sign up for daycare tuition.
Okay, man, that's
nah, don't say nothing. And I don't want no apology, nothing like that.
That man said, forget taking care of your kids. I'm not even trying to be in this relationship.
My Uber's coming. I'm gonna try to see if we can work this out, but I'm glad you act like that. Alright? That's you and your goddamn.
He walked out without looking back. Let me know if you think he had an escape plan from the beginning.
Dude,
You didn't buy me nothing?
you said no, you were mad, bro.
This is about to get petty, and I love it.
Dude, I don't care. You're supposed to get me something. What kind of boyfriend are you?
You told me.
I need a boyfriend because look at him. He bought all that food and didn't buy me nothing.
Dude, I didn't ask. Did you want anything? You said no.
Bro said, if you mad, go ahead and be mad on an empty stomach.
You said no. Dude.
You didn't buy me nothing?
You said no, you were mad, bro.
Dude, I don't care. You're supposed to get me something. What kind of boyfriend are you?
You told me you did not want, you specifically told me that I do not want anything from you.
She thought the silent treatment was going to make him fold, but he over there eating the burgers like he's happy.
You're like, okay, I'll go to go. So your dad doesn't like you. That's what makes you this king.
Ain't nothing that can bring a couple back together except having one starving and one sitting there eating food, hungry.
You know, they blowing up my phone and shit. They trying to get me a Balenciaga, but you know, he gonna grab me a Balenciaga.
I'm not buying your shit.
You said we're gonna take me to the shop.
Yeah, but not Balenciaga. It's comfort, so it's or not.
Oh, so you taking me to Jeff's Penny?
Huh?
You taking me to Jeff's Penny?
She thought she was about to go to J.C. Penney's, and he said, no, I'm taking you down to Skid Row.
They told me you was gonna be
Justin Penny.
Jesse Penny.
Jesse Penny?
Yes.
Zach.
I can feel her disappointment, but keep watching.
You told me you was gonna take me to Jesse Penny.
I'm gonna take. You pick a mistake. We're gonna go broke. We're gonna go to Skid Row, and there's a hell of a night. I was thinking more Louis.
She's gonna find out today that the true luxury is a man who knows how to save money.
I was thinking more Louis.
She's gonna find out today that the true luxury is a man who knows how to save money.
That is the most selfish thing I've ever seen in my life. You're the most selfish.
I buy you so many things all the time.
You are the most selfish person I have ever met. I swear. Your papa has told me this multiple times.
This is about to be top tier engagement. Let's get to it.
How about, no, that's not, do it now. Go do it now.
I can't.
What?
mean to tell me she ruined it all over some flowers?
I can go back to the awkward if I go back.
Every time you see me, you should always give me a gift.
Damn.
That's how you treat me. My presence is your presence. I'm not overreacting. I never overreact. I never overreact. I'm masculine. I'm masculine.
He probably dodged the biggest bullet of his life and didn't even know it yet.
If this is considered spoiled, then I don't know what's
I
spoiled.
value so many.
You don't find
One
me
time that I buy something for my son. Can I not buy something just for my son?
No, you should buy it for me and you, but you should think about me all the time.
I do think about you all the time, but please.
Your money is my money. My money's for me. Your money's for we, babe. Should I tattoo it?
She didn't want love. She wanted the grand gesture. Now she has to enjoy the single life.
Where's mama? This and this.
Shit, where his Valentine's Day gift at?
You got this big ass flowers and the whole iPhone. Where's my
For my daughter, it's not for you.
I already know where this is going. She about to get mad, and it ain't gonna be the daughter.
That's right. Get your daughter something. Make her know that she's special and a man should treat her right at all times.
So you didn't give me no gift?
Shit, really pressed about a goddamn gift because his daughter got a gift.
I treat my daughter with that.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'm not understanding. If you don't get
What the hell you mean you don't understand? It'll be a problem if he wasn't doing nothing for his daughter then. That's when you shouldn't understand. Y'all women are weird as hell.
It's for a whole.
So he ain't buy nothing good for his daughter?
My flowers and my iPhone at.
No, I know you didn't say where your flowers and iPhone is.
They've been talking for 3 weeks.
He got his daughter a gift, and she's sitting there looking at him like he's committing a crime. She's really mad over this. Keep watching because it gets worse.
So, what's the difference for Valentine's Day? What's the difference for Valentine's Day? I want flowers on Valentine's Day. What girl don't want flowers on Valentine's Day? What woman? Yes, we should have. This is crazy.
He should not have to take his daughter her gift before he pick you up.
If you're jealous of a child, you don't need a man. You need her. Get in the comments to let me know. You think that's a deal breaker, or she just looking for a reason to get mad?
You have to pay for rent. You have to pay for the house. You have to pay for the food. I don't see myself getting a 9 to 5. I want to be. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I want to be with a man who's a provider, who will allow me to be a housewife. I want to be a lady of pleasure. I don't know about the bad thing that you told me. Please,
You ever notice it's always the fat, unattractive women that talk like this? The pretty girls never raise their standards and tell what they want from men. And then they say it loud that makes people look at them like they're mentally ill.
Well, I wouldn't buy the man if I think it. No. He has me. No, she's not going to clean. She's not going to clean. I'm not cleaning, by the way. I'm not cleaning or cooking. She's not cleaning.
Happens now, yeah. God forbid you ever happen to get sick and it can't work.
Then I have to find a new one. I have to find a new one. That's okay.
These type of conversations show you exactly how weak women are. They only have power with words. When you're doing these debates in your own podcast, you're free to say whatever you want. That's the pleasure of life. But you don't get to pick the consequences. And the consequences of talking delusion is that you end up single and alone, and then you complain about it. It says, husband left wife at the altar after finding out she went to her ex-boyfriend's house the day before the wedding.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap. She fucked up. She gotta go. There you see.
Girlie is a little dime piece too. She's a cute little girl. But you have to understand, you cannot visit ex-boyfriends, ex-husbands, ex-anything whenever you're about to get married. A man does not want to marry a woman that he thinks is for the streets. It's only gonna make him look bad.
I'm not into touching, okay? I'm not. Let me put that out front. I'm no touching.
Isaac, he was like, no touching. I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun.
So the music will start, the boys will turn around, and then we start walking.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's look at the gentleman. Gentlemen, you guys can acknowledge us. Ooh, who is this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm sorry. I'm a man of God. I can't do this.
Oh, no.
I love those people. I pray for them. I would never do anything to hurt them or condemn them. But the men are not supposed to dress like women. I'm not going to go along with that. It's time to stand up and be a man of God.
Old school was not playing around when it came to that trans. He says, I'm not with the new age group. And these people know putting him up there, he was going to react like that. You enjoyed the video, go ahead and hit the like button. Definitely share the video. If this is your first time watching, hit that subscribe button. And definitely go in the description and watch the playlist of all the best videos of men walking out. See you on the next video.
Couldn't figure it out. I was trying everything, but then what if I actually had a stomachache again the next day? And the day after that.
Really got me figured out, because if I was born today in a snowflake, she would definitely be my type. But hey, yo, welcome back to the channel. As y'all know, my name is AJ, but y'all can call me the guy. I appreciate y'all for picking my video to watch and all that stuff. I'm sorry, y'all. She looks so nice, I had to show y'all twice.
Just like them girls in them. Yeah. Already to settle down. Y'all ready to settle down?
My father shot my mom in the back.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
For infidelity. So from that day forward, I vowed that I would never cheat on my partner.
Shit, I thought she was going to say she never spoke that bad again. But you see, this is why fathers are important. Without a dad, who would have taught her that great life lesson?
If you leave a man because of cheating, it's like leaving a place because it's raining. It's raining.
You know, something I can't stand about men is that men are always underestimating women, acting like if women can't do what we do. Well, this lady here came to prove us wrong, my brothers. She's showing us that she's strong and independent. She don't need no man. And this is why women deserve equal pay. Take a look at this. That one was for my sharp brothers out there, bro. If you're above 5 feet telling you 6'2", she can't tell the difference.
I said if it ain't snowing, I ain't going.
Glorilla shot her shot. Glorilla said in the song, she dropped the song, and she said, I've always liked my niggas, you know, medium, ugly. Luke Dennis, what's up with you? Would you be offended if a female rapper shot her shot at you that way? Like if she said, oh yeah, my type medium ugly. What's up, DJ Head?
If somebody, I have been told that before, being honest.
That you medium ugly?
No, there's 2 women who told me that in my life, 2 separate women told me that. And they was like really, really beautiful women. And they told me that they fucked me because they like they was not that attractive.
Well, most grown men are medium ugly though.
Are you giving beauty tips? Do you own a fucking mirror? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Most men are not attractive no more. Like,
What age?
niggas are not attractive no more.
What age do you think? What's grown man?
Niggas be ugly.
No, what she's saying may be true. Okay, sure. But the thing that I can't stand when women are out here calling men ugly is that they're sitting there with fake hair, fake eyelashes, makeup on, and still not a 10. Imagine having all of that to enhance your beauty, and you're still not even pretty. How? And then call men ugly. Did you lose your breath?
Trans gay men. Yeah, but we're men presenting. So we were just shouting. We were shouting that we were trans gay men because we are. What is a trans gay man? Biologically female, but we're trans men and we're gay. We like guys. Do you have gender dysphoria? Yes, heavily. But you're still femme presenting? Yeah, I still femme present. I find it comfortable, but at the same time, it does get hard when I can't look masked. So do you identify as gay or queer? As queer. As queer. That's fair. Because you're trans guys, right? That's fair. What about you?
Queer as well.
Queer. What about you?
I'm a trans gay man. So I identify as a pansexual.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, that's pretty boring if you ask me. I'm just kidding. I mean, it's pretty boring to be just a basic lesbian right now.
I can't find other lesbians out there, so.
Bitches be crazy. These people are what's wrong with society. Imagine saying all of that just to say that you're straight.
Breaking. Thousands of Americans have retired early thanks to this leaked phone trick. My family laughed when I said it.
Jesus Christ! Praise Jesus, hallelujah. God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. Hey, if this is how the churches are marketing themselves, they should be full on Sunday. Do you know what a horrible woman fear the most about a man? It's a man. Listen to this, mom. That's my brothers.
You know about the first restaurant he gonna take you to. What's the last restaurant your daddy took you to? Because you shouldn't be coming to him to be your daddy. That's not his role. It's a first date. I want y'all to bring that down to level 3. Y'all way on 10 with this foolishness and want to embarrass somebody. My second question is, have you ever been anywhere? Where do you take yourself? Let me see your checkbook registry. Let me log into your bank account and see what you feed yourself on a regular basis. Where do you take yourself for lunch or dinner? That's the next question I want you to answer. And then the third thing about this, yeah, come on back over here because I need you to understand what time it is. A real lady is gonna be there for the purpose of what it's for. She's not looking for food because she's hungry that she can't afford so she can take it to go and get a doggy bag. I'm gonna wrap this up to go. Why? You ain't gonna have food tomorrow? That's a poverty mindset. So a first date, again, is to get to know the person, to hang out, have fun. Y'all should be laughing and talking. It don't need to be a steakhouse. We don't even know if you worth a steak. You might just be worth a piece of bread.
Jesus Christ.
So ladies, young ladies, grow up. Get some maturity about yourself. Y'all buying titties, lashes, booties, and everything else. And you want somebody else to feed you. Save your money, stop buying your body, and put it to the side so you can have some food. That's not a man's responsibility. Now, once you dating a man, and once he gets to know you, and y'all vibing, and he want to take you to a nice restaurant, guess what that means? You well deserving of that.
Facts.
He think enough about you to make a reservation. But some of you don't have reservations about your mouth. You talk bad, you disrespectful, you ghetto, you trifling, you don't have an income that substantiates what you want this man to do. You don't reserve being lazy. You full out lazy. You have no reservations on that. But you want the men to make a reservation for a restaurant, but you don't reserve
mean, I got nothing else to add. Mom already took care of everything. So my brother's here's one more look at the cheese. That's it.
Until we meet again. I have some bad news and good.
Grief.
Literally my last videos in Bali. So let's just talk about it. Let's talk about the 3 forbidden compliments. This is gonna make women adore you, but it's gonna be a little controversial. This video is going to ruffle feathers. So let's just say it all together. In the comment section, who are we gonna see in the comment section? Let's say together though. Who? The whiners. Because they're going to be whining over this shit. And they're like, well, other coaches told me not to say that. And okay, I said it, and now I'm in jail. Let's just talk about how corny these mofos are. Let's just talk about how corny these mofos are.
So let me go and get to this sucker shit. This weird gremlin who mad at me because I brought up Kendra G. You know, I brought up how I felt like she made a fool out of herself on Cameron Hall. And I think she really flopped when she went on this show with Tamron Hall.
Kendra G was a breakout star in the Chicago radio world. She's now host of a hugely popular YouTube matchmaking show. It's called Kendra G Single. Kendra G!
She made a video to try to knock me and act like ain't matter and everything. So I want to address it because it's fun to me. I mean, like, I'm not mad at Kendra G, because whenever we talk one-on-one, I saw that she wasn't that sharp. Like, she used to be on the radio in Chicago, and I used to be like, oh, this is a knucklehead. But how are you women who have something to say, you saying it to people who not with you?
They're a single mom because the guy's not with them, so is there any accountability to the
They're
men
a single
that
mom
left
because
that
their
baby?
opinion is more important than being with the person that they had kids with.
But I don't have enough money to raise my child with or without the guy.
Right, so our interviews would show that she's a knucklehead. But she really got mad when I spoke on how she made herself look bad on Cameron Hall show.
If a man is here, why am I not here for my wigs? But they're feeling like this for you. I am in your presence. You should pay for this. Now, I'm not saying I agree. Why not? We got some groans, we got some applause, we got some moans.
Stop.
That's crazy.
She made a goddamn fool out of herself. So she was like, oh, Corey's career is nothing. Little Rail and Dion Cole and D-Ray, they're superstars. And she said, Corey's just a YouTuber.
Corey Holcomb, you're going out sad, baby. You are going out sad. But this is my gift to you because I know this is what you wanted. Because this is how you pay your bills, off of content from the internet. The career is just going up and up. Late night talk shows, movies. Dion Cole, Chicago legend, just hosted the Image Awards, countless TV shows, working with Oprah in movies. D-Ray Davis, the resume's too long, for tours around the world. Then we have Corey Holcomb, a Chicago YouTuber. You could have stayed in Chicago for this. I mean, you didn't have to move to California to be a YouTuber, Corey.
I want to say something about that first. Listen, whatever I do in the game, I'm from 5266 South State Apartment 1208 Robert Taylor home. I beat the game.
Hey, want to come over and play backgammon?
I can't. It's raining.
Don't worry, the best backgammon is available any...
I beat the motherfucking game. Whatever you say about my career, I don't care about that. I come from a place where they know how to make the elevator stop, put a gun through the damn thing, and rob you. I come from nothing. You can't dig at me with, he's only a YouTuber. I mean, I know some YouTubers that make some bread, right? I'm talking about, Shawty, that was desperate. Listen, I want to tell you, Kendra G, every time you open your mouth and speak independently, you make a fool out of yourself. You're better at cut, paste, copy, like Kevin Samuel's show.
Don't want us to believe our lying eyes. This is why it's like, well, how do you get to be over 30 and so attractive and unmarried? And like I said, when I sit there and I talk to him after I listen to his story,
clear question I ask everybody when they have multiple children, is it by the same woman, same man? You said it is by the same man. They are not by the same man. That's fair to say, right?
In my mind, it's like I only have one child stock. You understand what I'm saying?
So that's not true. You didn't say in the beginning they have the same dad. You didn't give the explanation. You left it at a yes, and we kept going with the conversation. I'm really tired of whenever I have to have a direct moment with the woman, oh, Kendra, you're being insensitive. You're making people feel low. Don't watch my show. If that's how you feel, do not watch it.
You cut it, pasted and copied it with your version of it, and that's how you found a way. But when you speak independently, you look bad. So that's one thing. Then she tried to make it seem like I edited a video. I don't know how to edit video. I've never edited a video in my life. L-I-F-E-A. Life. I've never edited a video. I don't know how to edit video. We watch stuff we see online and we react to it with a lot of these videos. I'm sorry. I know your thing was Corey goes out and he edits something. First of all, nobody had to edit that video because Kendra G has a lot of bottom dwellers on her show that she interviews, but she acts like she's not a bottom dweller. But the people she interviews, she's the exact same person, but she acts like she's above them by copy, pasting, and cutting Kevin Samuel's points.
why are you mad at me? I didn't do nothing. All I did was acknowledged what everybody else can see. Women today,
you women don't have any problem expressing yourself when it's something negative to a male. But let a woman come up here, all of a sudden, I don't like this show because I feel low. You don't like the show because you're watching me as long as I do the show, and you ain't gonna get a man. So I'm really done with the sensitive women that watch the show that are always complaining when I gotta give a woman real talk. It's exhausting. It really is. So I don't want you to watch my show. Go do something else with your Saturday night, with your Friday night, with your life. Because I'm over it.
Kevin Samuels created that show, and he's not here to sue you. So you're able to do basically what Kevin Samuels did, and it's working. You ask me, it's working because you're a lady.
Ladies and gentlemen of Black Savages, let's get ready to rumble. Because Kendra G and Corey Holcomb are at each other's throat. Back to back like the LA Lakers, in and out like no cross faders. They are going blow to blow to see whose show can go. So basically this all started when Corey Holcomb went in on Kendra G for emulating the Kevin Samuels show and making a claw dang fool out of herself on the Tamara Hall show. Kendra G came up with that modern woman, blabble blabble, but of course framed it as she was speaking for the women who come on her show. But she only framed it that way after Tamara Hall push back on her.
When you get to acting like you're better than those women that's on your show, because the lady Tamron Hall asked her points, and she was like, I agree with you, Tamron, but
It's too expensive. You know, wigs is $2,000. Lashes is $300.
Okay, so 2025 people are owning the high maintenance?
Well, women feel like this is what I do for myself, so a man has to be able to do the same or more.
Why can't you keep doing it for yourself?
I agree with you, Tamron, but they're like, why if you here? If a man is here, why am I?
But you're not here for my wigs.
But they're feeling like this. Okay, I'm showing up for you. I am in your presence. You should pay for this. Now, I'm not saying I agree with you.
This is getting spicy.
But I'm with you, Tamron, because you got my own money. Don't back up now,
you don't agree with her. Because Tamron Hall was like, men are not here for your wig. Men don't want a broke lady. And then she made a real fool out of herself when she said, if I'm here with you and you're around me, you have to pay for that. This isn't exactly how she said it, but she said her presence, you have to pay for it, which is why you called her a hooker. If a woman is charging you for her presence, you're a hooker. If you charge me to be with you, you're a hooker. Hey, Kendra G, remember you was sipping the thing? Like, after you thought you made a point, you'll be sipping something? You stole that from somebody. What do you do that's original?
Now, I gotta give it to Kendra G. She's worked her hustle to perfection because she's taken her show, put it on an app, mixed a little of that Kevin Samuels modern woman delusion into it that he was railing against. She's pushed back just enough to seem like she's not absolutely off the deep end, but when it really comes down to it, she's been exposed. We've said it here before, let the truth be told, that Kendra G is doing a cheap version of the Kevin Samuels show. And of course she'll never admit that because she absolutely hated Kevin Samuels. She called him the new mister.
I have never seen more black men attack black women for issues of being a mother, for being overweight, or for not having a job, or for not being married by a certain age until you came along. Because at this moment, it seems like y'all made the modern day mister from The Color Purple your king. This is your king?
And her appearance on his show was a disaster.
You want to be married and have children, what would you tell women to do?
You gonna let me answer? Because I would tell women not to have a baby until she's married. I strongly believe in being married before you have a child. And but I wouldn't tell her to do it out of fear. I wouldn't tell her to do it because
What age?
I have to be honest, the age that works for you. When you feel
This is so vague. Give me a range. Give me a range, man.
Okay, well let me say this. This is why I say this. I have college friends. Because Kevin, I want to answer the question.
This is why I'm gonna stop you right here. I'm gonna stop you right here. I'm gonna stop you right here. This is why young women are stop coming to things. This is the woman who called my show last night. And who are you to be giving all this advice? And then this 46-year-old woman. Young women are stop listening to you.
So let's address the elephant in the room.
One.
Corey says he chases strugglers. He says that he chases women who are in poverty, who need help, who have a little something wrong with them, little sadness in their eyes. He ain't turning down nothing but his collar. Bonafide tricking on them. So when he's trying to get at you, why do you think that's a flex to expose? It's not like he says he has the highest of standards or anything.
I normally I'm successful in relationships with women I'm with because I know how to date a girl that's on my level. But boy, all you fellas who keep overachieving, boy, y'all wasting your time, boy. You can't be happy with a woman that's on her feet. All you guys who are over 40, pay your trick on fees, man. Do not be thinking you getting these women because you think you somebody special. Pay your fee, or you gonna have more trouble.
But you just have different fees because you got the $200 special.
Well, I've spent more than $200. But on average, it's about $200.
And by far, this man is my favorite stand-up comedian and a hell of a content creator. I've been watching the 5150 show since 2015. But, man, do not think it's a flex because he's in your inbox trying to get them draws. You dig?
She said, I only date broke women. I date broke women, rich women, autistic women, Down syndrome women. You name it, you can get it from me. That's not something I'm proud of. I don't have a type in any way. Any way. You see that lady who lives on the streets now because of the way the economy is? I look at her and I imagine her, if I clean her up, can I pull it off? I date all women. If it got, how they say it, if it got how I hit it. This is what I do. Because she tried to make it seem like, oh, Corey Holcomb, he really wanted me. He tried to flirt with me. Listen, of course I tried to flirt with you. You a woman who I knew had a, you ain't broke.
Years, I have receipts. I have public receipts. Actually, Corey Holcomb was on my dating show trying to holler at me. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
But what's up with you?
I'm not available for you, but you and I are not a good. I would never date a person like you, Corey.
You got a boyfriend?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, I gotta wait this out again.
I was single for a very long time.
I'll be tricking too.
You do?
I'm a trick. I see the struggle in them. That's why I chase strugglers.
Alright, Corey Holcomb is
strugglers. Why would I chase a girl? Look, you got a job. You see how hard it is for me to get with you? You got a job. I've been trying to smash her since I saw it, but it just
never happened.
All them radio girls, when they lose their radio job, I get them. 10 years from now, you belong to me. Let me tell you something. Where I'm from, we shoot it any bit. Every bit. Especially a Kendra G. I see the misery in your eye. You 50? No kids. Ain't never been married. She know what I'm talking about, because he from these same streets I'm from. Every major hub out here in America, we shoot at hoes.
Facts.
This is the most thrilling survival game ever. After the zombie outbreak, you hide on the roof with supplies and you first build.
I'm from every major hub out here in America, we shoot at hoes. See, I'm the type of, I admit I'm a trick. I'm a trick. I buy play. Kendra, you have to buy a man, because the men on your level, you don't want them. I'm jealous that the scammer dude, I knew, because like, I remember she was telling me, I got a boyfriend. Yeah, and it's out there in the streets. He is just what I knew he was. I said, when she said she got a boyfriend, I gotta wait this out. If somebody wants you, it's probably somebody who's looking for the come up. That's what we do. We holler at brawls and we go for the come up. I admit it. I would smash you, but you will never be held up by like me. I have a car. Men that hold you up ain't on shit. They driving your car. You got to get Jody. Jody. You got to get baby boy. Don't nobody want your monkey. You're desirable for fun girls. We'll toss you up and make you keep on the hair while we f***ing you. Because I hate it's like that who try to take the wig off because we're in the house. Hold on. Don't take the wig off till I leave. And I'm not talking about while I'm still in the driveway. Wait till my car pull off before you pull the wig off. I don't ever want to see you without that wig on. God damn it, I'm in the imaginary world too, god damn it.
The absolute hubris of a YouTuber saying that someone's just a YouTuber, like YouTube isn't paying a bunch of people out there millions of dollars. Like there wasn't a content creator by the name of Kevin Samuels who you went on his show that absolutely was killing it in the game. I know YouTubers personally who are making $100,000 a month. So what are you talking about, man? Stop acting like you're holier than thou. We got to keep it real. Kendra G's feud to YouTubers reacting to her has been going on for a long time. Since way back in the day with Don Lexi when she tried to have his channel taken down by doing reactions on her and his live streams. Kendra. You don't know the game. You don't invest in the game. It's just you in front of that dusty camera. And of course you got your makeup right because, well, you have access to professionals. But please stop acting like you're this great content creator. Because to keep it real, nobody would turn into you and only you. They were only turning in to see the freak show that you are putting on. You were on radio. You had to get out of terrestrial radio because you know that that's a dying idiom. And you damn sure wasn't like the breakfast show quality or anything of that nature. You were local. You were regional. And yes, the Kendra G Show has done great things. But stop acting like you're holier than thou because it's high tide and everybody high-key knows that you on the low stole your whole style.
Winter is coming. See that? Winter is coming.
Thank you for listening to the Tip Network. Follow us on all social medias. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
We found true happiness.
Dogs at an ideal weight can add up to 2.5 years to their lifespan. So we put together 3 methods for determining ideal weight. Make sure you can feel their rib cage with light pressure. Ribs should be easy to feel, but not visible. Look for an abdominal tuck as you feel their belly, rather than a straight or protruding line as you feel.
It took 15 minutes to make $164,000 using a faceless AI video and TikTok Shop. If you're not making at least $5,000 a month from social media, then you're missing out. And in this video, you're gonna see why. But before I get started, I know that some of you don't have TikTok in your country, or you don't have access to TikTok Shop, and that's all okay. I have a solution coming later in this video, so you can still take advantage of this while it's hot. The reason I tried all this in the first place was because I kept hearing about how literal teenagers are making more money than doctors posting dumb AI videos on TikTok and Instagram. And honestly, I didn't really believe the hype at first, but I wanted to find out for myself. The first thing that I needed to do was figure out how much these kids were actually making. So to find out, we're gonna come into a tool called Calo Data. And don't worry, this video is not sponsored by them. Once you're inside, we can see how much different TikTok accounts are making with TikTok Shop. So I came into the tool and I saw that this video, for example, has generated over $164,000 in the last 3 months. The simple math on that is that they've made 164K from 2 million views, which is about 8 cents per view, and that number is going to be important, so stick with me. At first I thought this video was probably an outlier or some massive influencer with a crazy big audience, but you're not going to believe what else I found. Not only is this video not some big influencer, but it's actually entirely faceless, and we could make the same thing in less than 10 minutes using AI. Here, check the video out for yourself.
If you feel tired all the time, take sea moss to boost your energy. If you're always craving sugar, take black seed oil to reset your metabolism. If you keep getting sick, take manuka honey to boost your immune system. And if you struggle with stress and anxiety, take ashwagandha to calm your body. This multi-mineral combines all these wonderful herbs in their purest form. Just go to the TikTok Shop below and you can purchase yours.
How crazy is that? Probably the most encouraging part is that this account that posted it is actually quite small, meaning anyone can take advantage of this. Oh, and for anybody who does worry that this only works on TikTok, I actually found an account on Instagram where it's working too. Look at this account. It has the same kind of videos as the TikTok account. This one has 50 million views and this one has 30 million views. And then I started thinking, remember, if that TikTok video made 164,000 from 2 million views, that was 8 cents per view, well, then this Instagram account that has 80 million views combined on these 2 videos, if they converted at 8 cents per view like the TikTok account did, then they would have made about $4 million. But even if they converted at just 50% of what the TikTok Shop guy is converting at 4 cents per view, then they would have made $2 million. And on the lowest end possible, if they converted at just 1 cent per view, they still would have made $500,000. So now that we know how much money is in this, let's get to work. The first thing we need to do is find a winning product. If we're gonna stick with TikTok Shop, then Calo Data has a goldmine of winning products. Just come up here and select product and then click category. And for our video, we're gonna use health and supplements. I'm not really sure why, but supplements just sell like wildfire on social media. That's why guys like Liver King have gone all in on their social media strategy, and he's literally amassed a net worth of
$310 million.
All from selling supplements online. But don't worry, you don't have to go and act like a barbarian for the cameras. We're going to be using AI to create videos like this for us. So once you've found a product that is proven to work, you're going to come in and learn about the product. Ask yourself, what are the ingredients, the features, etc. And then once you have your product selected, it's time to actually make the video. The next step for us is to generate a script. And the script is going to break down what is going to be inside the video. So it's really We're going to be using this script to generate the voiceover, to generate the B-roll footage in the video, basically the entire thing. What you're going to do is come over to Google Docs, and once you're here, we're going to start coming up with the script. Remember, we need our script at the end of the day to ultimately help us sell the product that we chose, which again is why it's key to find something that's proven and has results. Let's break down that video that generated $164,000. So this first statement is called the hook, and this video does a great job because they basically say,
if you feel tired all the time,
which, let's be honest, most of us can kind of
Hello? What's Evans? Oh, yeah, this is he. How can I help? What do you... What's the rates like? $75 to 80% per load. As an owner op? No thank you.
to
take sea moss to boost your energy,
which is one of the main ingredients in that product that they're selling at the end. Again, the hook is really important because this is where people are going to basically decide whether or not you're going to watch the rest of your video. And this hook does a great job of tapping into your emotions and then providing a helpful solution that you probably haven't heard of before. So if I was making our hook from scratch, I would come into the ingredients list and understand what exactly is in this product. Then I would come over to our good friend ChatGPT and ask it for the benefits of these ingredients. Since the first ingredient is ashwagandha, we can see that ashwagandha really helps enhance sleep quality and treats insomnia. So we're going to start our hook by saying,
if you can't sleep,
Take ashwagandha to enhance your sleep and treat insomnia.
And I'll keep doing this for the next few ingredients in the product. So ChatGPT says that turmeric is great for the skin. So we're gonna write,
if you have dry skin, try turmeric to prevent acne or eczema.
It says that vitamin C is great for immunity. So we'll write,
if you feel sick, take vitamin C to boost your immune system.
And then finally, once we have a few of these written down, we're going to introduce our product in a cool way.
So just like that example video, we're going to say, this supplement combines all these minerals into one so that you can reap the benefits. Just go to the TikTok shop link below and get yours today.
And see how I'm writing the script, I'm separating these line by line? Well, it's not my OCD, it's actually really important because we're going to be generating AI photos for each of these lines later on, so make sure you're doing that too. Now that we have our full script, the next step is to come back over to ChatGPT, and we're going to be using this exact prompt. Please create a 3D ultra high resolution image of, and then you're just going to tell it whatever you want it to do. So for our first sentence, we said, if you feel tired. And that's the kind of image that we need to be generating. So we're going to say, create a 3D ultra high resolution image of someone who is tired. We want to find an image where someone has a lot of emotion on their face because that's going to really help draw the viewer into the rest of our video. And sometimes some of these results can be pretty bad, but just keep going through it until you find one that captivates you. If you don't like it, you can just click this little button and it'll keep making it over and over again. So eventually you'll find one that you like. Next, we need to say, take ashwagandha. Now, I honestly have no idea what ashwagandha actually is, and you probably don't either, so let's just check on Google. It sounds like it's a root. Okay, so we were close, it's a plant. I'm gonna go back and tell ChatGPT to create a 3D ultra high resolution image of a green plant in a forest with a wooden bowl full of green powder. Okay, so this one looks pretty cool, and we're basically just gonna keep doing each of these line by line for the rest of your script and create images for all of them so that it looks like we have enough to populate the video. Because remember, that's all these.
D&D is just math, disguised as Skyrim. Ran into your mom at the aquarium. I lived by trial and error, but mostly error. How parachute companies feel after realizing it's impossible for them to get bad reviews. All I do is work and sleep, but I never have any money, and I'm always tired. When your lollipop falls on the carpet.
Why aren't you working?
Because I didn't see you coming. I had a model of my butt made out of straws, so people can suck my ass.
Wookies, can you bless me with something?
Oh, God.
Money wars. Please.
Can you suck it?
What?
Dollar Tree needs to just go ahead and change the name to a few dollars. Nowadays, a mimic would take the form of an Amazon delivery box sitting on the front porch of an abandoned house. It would get larger as it eats more people, attracting more people because it's now a larger box. I legitimately have no idea what anybody under 30 is saying anymore. Me, trying to figure out who the fuck you think you are. How I sleep at night, knowing I'm mean as fuck and hurt people's feelings. The roads are too bad to drive. So I'm about to order a pizza and see if a 17-year-old can make it here in their 04 Kia. Me, deleting my post or story because my other personality no rumors. I don't care what you heard. Go hear it again. Look at these two. Let's go right in the middle of the road. Over there, like assholes. Memorizing pothole locations is a survival skill where I'm from. My TV remote. Watching me look for it like an idiot.
Darling, do I please you in bed?
Yes. I love that trick you do with your mouth.
What trick?
The one where you shut the fuck up and go to sleep. The year I was born is getting a little far on that little scrolly thing. My sleep pattern ain't even a pattern anymore. It's a freestyle on shuffle.
They say shoot shot.
If you die and get cremated, you can be put into an hourglass and still be included in the family game night. When you get dumped by someone you only wanted a one-night stand with, I don't understand why iPhone chargers aren't called apple juice. That's it, kids. Remember to like and subscribe. Until next time.
Super hydration. Keeps me 24/7 moisturized and smells like a Fiji vacation.
Those with Robinhood Gold enjoy a 3% IRA match. Trip madness.
Good morning, pineapple. Looking very good, very nice. Good morning, pineapple. Looking very good, very nice. Good morning, fruity. Looking juicy. Good morning, fruity.
He's so nice, and he's the guy that I should want. But it's like, I need a little bit of like a, you're going to send me to the psych ward, and it's just not giving that.
Like, there was this one guy that I was dating last year who was so lovely, and he treated me in all the ways that I should be treated, but there was just that lack of humour which really put me off. I didn't have fun.
Did you like spending time with him?
I liked spending time with him. It was nice, yeah.
Would you say that previous guys that you dated, you're saying that they often don't give you that treatment? Would you say those guys were kind of toxic?
100%.
Okay, so when we're used to toxicity, healthy feels boring. And when we say someone is toxic, we're in a toxic relationship, that doesn't mean that every aspect of the relationship is bad, because if every aspect of the relationship is bad, we wouldn't stay. But what it is that maybe it's not healthy, but there are elements of the relationship that are electric. It's like, and that's why we stay. It's like, okay, you kind of semi-gaslight me, bro, we have so much fun, the chemistry is insane, so I'm gonna stay.
Yes.
So I've been dating another guy who is just as equally sweet as the flower guy that I told you guys about, and he is just thoughtful, plans out dates, like very masculine, like I got you type of man. So we went out last night, had a great time. I know he woke up hungover because he called me earlier this morning, was like, oh my gosh, I'm so hurt. Well, anyway, I woke up, I have showings for a client, and I woke up to a flat tire. So I'm like, oh my gosh, like, what am I gonna do? So I texted him and was like, of course I have a flat tire. What does he do? Calls me immediately, is like, okay, what do I need to do? Where do I need to be? Where are you? What, like, how can I help? Date the nice men. Date the nice men.
There are plenty of nice guys. Being a nice guy is not enough. I'm not gonna be with someone just because he's the nice guy, he's the good guy, he's cool. There's so much of that. That's not enough. What else, sir?
Sometimes dating the nice guy just isn't enough. Let me explain.
Ma'am, you don't have to explain it. Men today don't care. We're over it. There is no situation or thing that can make modern women happy. These women can be with the nice guy or they can be with the bad guy. They will still never be happy.
I learned a lot about women. I think I learned exactly how the fall of man occurred in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, wow, Eve, here we are, one with nature, one with God, we'll never age, we'll never die, and all our dreams come true the instant that we have them. And Eve said, yeah, it's just not enough, is
it? That's not fun.
I was just waiting for more.
So that was kind of his point.
Especially from these men, and they was gonna swipe up, and this woman had swiped up, and he was like, "Oh, I would give you flowers, but I need to know where to send them." Mind you, this man has been talking to himself consistently in my inbox since 2017 with like little to no response. Like every once in a while, send a little laughing emoji because he might make me chuckle, but that is it. I've never dated him, never seen him, nothing. And I already can hear it now. There's gonna be a little other girl like, "Oh my God, he's being consistent. You should give him a try. He's applying pressure." You say that he's being consistent. I see Dateline. You say that he is applying pressure and giving me energy. I say that I'm gonna be on an inspired episode of Criminal Minds because only a psycho would be talking to himself in my inbox for 6+ years. And I have yet to see a girl like come on here like, "Story time, my man was in my inbox for 6 years and I finally gave him a try and we have been happily ever after ever since." Like I've yet to see that storyline. And the fact that he's trying to get my address under the guise of sending flowers.
This is an unpopular opinion, but I just have to get this off my chest. Nice guys finish last is a myth. And I'm talking to grown adults here, okay? If you're not grown, keep scrolling. I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. In the long run, nice guys are the ones who know how to maintain long-term relationships. Why? They understand the value of compromised communication and commitment. First of all, not every woman goes for looks. There's a lot of women and women that are in happy relationships with guys who are 2 or 3 looks-wise, but I promise you the personality is a freaking 10.
Oh my, did she just call the nice guy a 2 or 3 in his looks? But with his great personality, it will make him a 10.
And these guys treat these girls like they're queens, okay? They may be a 2 looks-wise, 2, 3 looks-wise, but their personality is a 10 because they understand that empathy, trust, and kindness are the foundation of their relationship. And again, this is why I said I'm talking to grown adults. Because if you are a man and you are currently dating a woman who isn't emotionally healed, who has some emotional unavailability, she is not going to pick you. You will not finish last. Nice guys finish strong because they build a relationship on trust and respect. They don't play games. They don't manipulate, they are straightforward and genuine. And let me tell you something, a grown woman who has done the work to heal understands and knows the value of kindness.
Well, ma'am, we appreciate what you had to say. At least you said it in good faith to all the nice guys. A lot of nice guys today still are not willing to play that role in a woman's life anymore. Basically, the nice guy has figured out that he do not want to deal with damaged women. Don't try to twist it up and make nice guys feel like they're gonna win in the end with these women. Don't act as if, it's wrong that these nice guys have realized that they only get with these women after they have been damaged from these toxic relationships with these toxic men. These men know that they are these women's second choice, and they don't want that for themselves anymore.
To my girls and to my girls only, date the nice guy. Do you hear me? Date the nice guy. Date the nice guy. Leave them toxic men alone. And let me tell you why. I started dating this guy back in 2023. Met him while I was out minding my business. Was not looking for anybody. Just having a good time with my girls. Met him. Fast forward, we started dating, going out. He was planning dates, when I tell you, every week. I was somewhere at least twice. Anybody know this? But I was living for it. I was glad I had a man that was stepping up, doing stuff. Wasn't asking me where you want to go, what restaurants you like. Just make a plan. Love that. 3 months into the dating, he actually ended up buying me this ring and asking me to be his girlfriend. Of course I said yes at the time. I was so excited. I was like, yes. I even told my best friend, told my sister, mama, everybody. I was so excited.
But shortly after, I was like, I don't know, he's too nice. We don't argue, blah, blah, blah. It's just too perfect. It's just too much. Too perfect, too perfect. I don't like it. That was a toxic in me that I needed to work on. So I actually ended up cutting things off with him. Fast forward, I started dating other people, going now. And I shortly realized, like, there was something out there for me. The guys I was dating were the same old guys. The same typical guys didn't want to open the door for you. Want to go 50-50 with you on everything. Just guys that did not know how to love or even receive love. And I was over it. I was like, I'm not going for it. I don't want to do it no more. So towards the end of 2024, I was out at a brunch with my friends. And I actually ended up seeing him there. And we ended up talking, reconnecting, chit-chatting, etc. You know, just having a good time. Not think too much of it. Really didn't pursue anything after that, him or me. We kind of would talk here and there, but nothing serious. Fast forward a couple months, but like I'm gonna say maybe like 2 months after that, I ended up hitting him up because I was sick, and me and my oldest son was sick, and I had asked him. I said, hey, do you mind getting us something to eat? Me and the kids, and giving us some medicine. Do you mind? And he was like, no, not at all. I was like, I'll send you the money. He was like, okay, cool. So he goes, gets us what we want, gets us medicine, brings it back. I was like, hey, how much it was? He was like, don't worry about it. Or I don't remember, something like that. And I was like, okay, I see where we're going with this. I see where you're going. So, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. So fast forward, next day he ended up texting me. And he was like, hey, how are you feeling? How your son feeling? And I was like, well, I'm still not feeling good. He's not feeling good. And he was like, well, I can bring you some paper rub for your chest. And I was like, no, you don't have to. And he was like, no, I want to. I don't mind bringing it. I'm going to be out. I don't mind. So he brings the vapor rub. When he comes, he gives me a hug. And I'm like, oh, you smell good. Like, if you know, you know. I love a man that smells good. But he ended up hugging me. He smells good. And I'm like, oh my God, you smell so good. And he was like, what if I put the smell on a bear? I left this part out. So he's in the military. So he was actually leaving probably like a week or so after that to get stationed somewhere else.
Oh, he's a military man. It sounds like to me like he may be an older military man. You guys drop a comment down below and let me know, do you guys think this guy's an older or younger military man?
This new veneer fixes ugly teeth and is bringing back smiles to millions of Americans. And for a limited time, you can get it for free. Stick around until the end of this short video to learn how to get it for free. Swift Smile has been featured on Fox, ABC, and NBC, and is taking over the dental industry. It was invented as an alternative.
No, do you guys think this guy's an older or younger military man?
And I was like, yeah, that'd be nice, but not thinking too much of it, because again, we had literally just really started talking. It wasn't even nothing serious or anything. And he texts me later on that day after he leaves. I go lay down. Texts me like, can I drop something by your house? Or can I bring something by or something like that? And I was like, yeah, sure. Not even thinking. He shows up with this beard. It actually still smells like him. He sprayed his cologne all over his beard, and it still smells like him. Right now, it still smells like him. And it's been over, I'm gonna say a month or so since he's actually left, or so, and it still smells like him. It smells so good. Oh my God! But I was like, when I tell y'all, I was cheesing so freaking hard, I was like, oh. So after that, I was like, dang, like, I don't want to miss my opportunity. And sometimes you just gotta go for what you know. Like, you have to go for it, and it's okay. Because in this situation, like, even though he pursued me initially, I feel like I kind of pursued him at this point. Because I'm like, nah, I don't want him to get away from me. Like, nah, this is a good man. It's a good man, Savannah. So we ended up just chatting still, him checking on me days. And so he came over one day to bring me something. We were standing outside on my back patio, and we were just talking, chit-chatting. And this right here, how I knew, I was like, this is a good man. Like, I already knew he was a good man. So he just keeps amazing me. Like, he keeps doing things, and it's like, this cannot be real. And I was telling him about the next morning I had to get up, take the kids to school, and it was
cold outside and I had to get him to warm my car up, etc. He was like, I can come over in the morning, warm your car up, no problem. I was like, no, don't do that. Like, it ain't that deep. I get up and warm the car up. It's gonna be early in the morning.
Damn, warm the car?
He texts me the next morning. It was like, good morning, beautiful. I was like, good morning. And he's like, do me a favor. I said, yes. And he said, bring your keys to the door. What? When I tell y'all I was smiling so hard, because what do you mean bring my keys to the door? What are you talking about? Why are you outside? But I'm not going to argue with you. So I go take my keys to the door. He goes up there and warms my car up. Not only did he come over at 6 o'clock that morning to make sure my car was heated before we got in it, because we leave around 6:30ish or so to get me to the bus stop. He stays, waits, heats my car up, comes and brings me my keys back. After he gets my car, he waiting on us to get dressed and ready, because we're not ready. We literally had just woke up. Brings my keys back, and then he leaves. I've never, in my 34 years of living, have ever had a man do this, like, to do that for me. Ever.
Now, this is some next level simping right here. I've never heard of something like this. I have warmed up a woman's car if I, stayed with her that night and her car was outside, so she was there with me in her car outside. But to come over to a woman's house that early in the morning or whatever, just to show her that you want to warm her car up for her, that's kind of weird, actually.
And I've been married before. Never have I ever had that. Never. I was like, what? Like, yeah, and I knew at that moment that was my man. That was my man. I was like, that is my man. From that day forward, I was like, that's mine. And he didn't have to ask me to be his girlfriend again because, baby, I was already claiming him. Do you hear me? He's mine. That's my man. That's going to be my husband. I'm speaking into existence because I already know that's the man that God has for me. The way that man moves and jumps for me and my kids, not only me and my kids, his kids, is unmatched. Can't nobody touch him. Can't nobody even come close to what that man does for me and my kids and his kids. No, that's a good man. And not materialistic stuff. Just the small things. And he's now that he's gone, like, it is a little bit hard for him to do certain things, but he still makes it happen. If I have to do something, make a call, he makes the calls. And then he tells me, hey, XYZ. I love that. I tell you, he takes so much stress off of me and me having to do certain things. And I just love it. I've been a single mom for so long that at first it was hard for me to accept, like, little things he would do here and there. But now it's like, I love it. It has only been a short period of time that me and him have actually started back communicating. Even though I've been going since 2023. This man has done so much for me in the last month and a half, 2 months, than a man has ever done for me in my entire life. Romantically. Relationship is what I'm referring to. Has ever done for me in my entire life. I'm saying I'm so grateful. And baby, I put that ring back on. He didn't even have to ask me. I put it back on. Tell you, my man. My man. And then he showed out to top it off for Valentine's Day. He showed out. He got me this necklace, which I freaking adore. I love it. Love my necklace. And it actually turns into a
Have you heard about Ryoko Pro? This is the cutting-edge portable Wi-Fi hotspot that people wish they found out about sooner. With this pocket Wi-Fi, you can simply stay connected.
Four-leaf clover.
Well, good luck to this lady and her military man if they do decide to get married. But I got a feeling that she's going to pull that disappearing act again one day in her marriage. These are the type of women who do go on to get married one day. And when they do, and they find themselves unhappy in that marriage, these are the type of women that will run to the courthouse so fast and get a divorce, it will make your head spin. You know how they talk about 80% of the divorces that are filed in the West are filed by women? She is one of those women. You notice how attention is such a drug for modern women. Everything is about me. clue in on words like me, because it'll tell you a lot about a woman's character.
There were two insanely hot girls in my high school. They were 10 out of 10s, and they had completely different life situations. The first girl, she got knocked up by a guy in our class who everyone knew was an idiot, but he had a really cool truck. She started doing meth with him, he died. She got fat somehow, and now I still see her on Facebook. She doesn't look great anymore. The other girl, she graduated, started working downtown as one of those, like, cocktail girls at the club with the sign and the sparklers. Make it away, dance, happy birthday, one of those girls. Meets a billionaire. The billionaire flies around the world. They're going to fancy restaurants, clubs. They got married, have kids. They look super happy, and she's still crazy hot. And the point of this is that if you are a girl, it's important that you recognize how hot you are. And that you need to hold out, not for a guy that's going to make your day, but a guy that's going to make your life. Because you might be that attractive. But for the guys, if you're an idiot and you got nothing going on for you, dude, finance that truck. Because before you get Darwined out of this life, you might get some crazy tales.
I heard the quote somebody said, men are taught what to do for a woman, and women are taught what to expect from a man. But that's all I got in this video. You guys drop a comment down below and let me know what you think about this nice guy dynamic that's in dating today. Be sure to hit that subscribe button, like the video. Thanks for watching. I will see you in the next one.
He mad because we went out to the club last night and he went to the bathroom and this guy asked me for my number. And so I was trying to get him out my face and so I just gave him the number.
Bro, you thought you wrong for that, bro. Come on.
Bro, what do you mean? I wanted to get him out my face. What are you talking about? How is it crazy?
Oh, come on, that's weird, bro. Like, let me would have did that though. You'd have been mad though.
You did? You do? You would do it right in my face though.
That's wrong, bro. That's wrong, bro.
Okay. So how is how?
You could have gave him. You could have said, no, I got a man. Nah.
I mean, clearly he's seen us in there together.
Bro. Wrong, bro. Like, now if I would have turned up, it's a different thing, though. Come on.
Turn up for what? Like, do y'all hear how he sounds? Turn up for what? How I want to get a reaction? Well, you should have stood up whenever you swear you should have turned up. That's what you should have. You should have did that then, cause you should have did that then. You be want to act so like that. You should have did that. You should have did that. But yeah, we both know what it is for him. All that capping, I don't really care.
Now, you know, at the end of the day, you know who I'm going to say is at fault here, you. Lady, it's your fault. The reason why it's your fault is because you're there with your old man. You had nothing to worry about. All you had to do was fall back on him when he got out the bathroom. But yet, you still gave up the number. How am I supposed to trust you? I can't leave you alone for 30 seconds. I can't even take a poopy without worrying about you getting with another man. Come on now. And then you're going to get mad because I ain't turned up. Now, that didn't make any sense, and I ain't like that sort of back and forth, but nonetheless, this all stemmed as collateral damage from you giving up your number, bro. Like, how can he trust you at this point? And I must say, what you do with the number? I mean, well, did the man, what he did with the number, did he hit you up yet? You know, did he contact you? Are you going to play it off? You going to block him? What are you going to do when it happens? Because you're probably gonna wait till your old man is back in the bathroom to text him back. That's what I believe.
Brad,
Life is so simple with me. All you gotta do is feed me, treat me, eat me, and give me some quality time. And I'll be happy. Very much happy.
If she's cheating on you, she won't say these things. You're being insecure.
Yeah.
Oh, I fell asleep.
Yeah.
My phone died.
Yeah.
I was just out with my girls.
Yeah.
I forgot to text you back.
Yeah.
I've been lying.
You know what's crazy? If a girl really liked you guys, if a girl really liked you, she would definitely hit you up. A late night with the girls, they drinking, they having fun, and she ain't hit you up talking about, can I come over? Yeah, something wrong with it. She ain't hit you up and like, man, can you come over here, man? I'm like, you can come see me. Yeah, she didn't tell you good night or nothing. She did a straight blank, just ignored you, then hit you up the next morning. Yeah, something wrong, man. Something wrong.
See my lip hurt. Do y'all see my pants? Why would you ask for my phone number at a time like this, nigga?
Now you know that man was just trying to make sure you got home safe. That's all he wanted, I don't even know why they do that, dog. I don't know why he would ask you that at your time of need. I guess he thought y'all were just vibing and getting along, but that's crazy, dude. You know what I mean? I got a good friend of mine that was in EMT for a very long time, and he got so, I guess, callous to what was happening to like trauma, right? Like everything that he responded to just became normalized. It was normal because it was his job to respond to crazy bad stuff, right? So when he sees something or talks about something, it's just like it's a normal everyday thing for him. And I'm assuming like this EMT guy, the older guy in the ambulance, was like, this is normal to me, man. So like he pretty much approached you like it was a normal situation, I'm assuming. But nonetheless, he took his shot, man. He took his shot. He maybe wants some of that insurance money, but you about to turn up with that insurance.
Honestly, whatever. Call me what you want to. But coming home to an empty house after consuming alcohol is just like, it feels like a waste of liquor.
Breaking. Thousands of Americans have retired early thanks to this leaked phone trick. My family laughed when I said I'd...
Just like, it feels like a waste of liquor.
Alright guys, man, so the next video is gonna be about a TikTok influencer. I don't know what else she does, but after reading the comments and stuff like that and getting to know who she really is, she's a TikTok influencer. Not really a crazy big one, so you might not recognize her, but she has this back and forth with the police. Do you think that she was just overly confident in this situation? You get what I'm saying? Do you think she was above the law? It all came to a conclusion at the end of this clip where I thought that maybe she's fishing for an opportunity. But just watch it and just let me know. We'll talk about it at the end of the video.
Probable cause? Go back to your vehicle or you go to jail. Go back to your vehicle.
No, it's not. Go back to your car.
Go back to your car.
Go handcuffs and go to jail.
Daddy, just
go to your car.
Alright, just so it is illegal.
This is your last.
Go back to your car.
Remember that. If you come back out here, I will take you to jail.
For what?
Right.
Daddy, just go, please. No, please.
You're going to jail.
I'm here to pick up the kids.
Doesn't matter. You're going to jail. Somebody else will get the kids. Hey, Healthy.
I need my stuff.
You pull away from me. One time go on the ground. Do not pull away from me.
Pull away from you, officer.
You're pulling away from me right now.
I need my phone, please. My keys.
173.
Make sure the video is not in. I'm recording for my safety. I'm recording
Yeah, no,
for
I'm
my
coming.
safety.
I need another with a cage. I don't want to put them in the same one.
23, we need another. So I'm under arrest for not even stepping 10 foot near you?
No, you're within 10 feet. You were in perfect.
You don't have a video?
You're going to jail.
And I have it all on video.
That's excellent. So do I.
Okay. Can we
No.
please?
No, I gave her fair warning several times.
I've never even approached you. I was nowhere near you,
I told you back up multiple times.
I was never near you.
You're going to jail.
Let's go. Illegally searching her car. You do realize that
Listen, you need to study up on your statutes.
Pull it up right now on your phone.
I'm not arguing with you.
In the state of Florida, you cannot search a vehicle.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Hey, I'll stand back over here by that car.
They have the kids, guys. The kids out on side of the highway. I'm here to pick up the kids. No,
your phone.
My phone is here to record my
Give me your phone.
You are not. You know you're not allowed to take that.
Yeah, I am because you're going to jail. Sarge, hold that. Give me your keys. You're going to jail for obstructing justice.
I have all the videos, ma'am. I never even stood near him. I know. Ma'am, I am scared for my life and I would like to record this. I am scared for my life. I never even got 10 foot near him. All I did was walk up and ask, why are they searching?
I'm sorry, can you say none?
It's not your business. If I get confirmed, they will actually. Here's the kid.
26. Show me 1015 on him. I got one more detained. I'm going to get you some 14 in just a second.
That's the highway.
Sarge, I'll walk over here. Is that all right? Oh, you guys running back? Okay. I just want to put them together. I put them together. I don't know their relationship to each other.
It's my sister, and I'm here to pick up the kid. I have
That's her
no
sister.
video. I
That's her
did
story.
not.
This would be, yeah. All right, let's go. Let's go for a walk. Let's go
I
for a
have to
walk.
turn off my emergency light. Can't you see? I have to turn everything off.
You're going to keep pushing against me and wind up on the ground?
Listen to the deputy.
Now,
I trust.
do you have anything on you so we'll get you in trouble when you get to jail?
No.
Sorry, do you want to search her for me?
Don't even have a record, and you're doing all of this.
You did this. You walked up on us and refused to leave.
Fucking us. I asked her a question on what was going on, and you harassed me. Do you have anything on you to get a coke brand? No, ma'am. I cannot wait for this case. This is about to be a moneymaker for me. I got lots of petty money. This is insane.
Now, I really didn't see anything crazy wrong other than her actually ignoring the order and just jumping into the cop's face filming. You know, you don't want to incite officers in the middle of the investigation. Just let them do their thing. But I get it. That's your sister. You're going to want to jump for her. You're going to call her a riot. Name a person that wouldn't do that for their brother, sister, family member. I totally get it. But it wasn't until the end until she was like, oh, this is going to make a fire case for me. And then I thought, is she really doing this? Is she causing a fuss? Had her camera out filming because she has a platform to share it in. She just wanted to film some content. What do you guys think? It's not really unheard of. You get what I'm saying? It might be. Leave your thoughts down below. Let's jump to the next clip.
I'm just going to tell these men that are over the age of 30 that you're not a player anymore. You're now a predator. And you listening to your guy friends that are as equally as lonely as you and can't get no bitches give you advice? Are you stupid? I swear, guys, your friends are your biggest haters because they want you unless they have someone. Because trust me, when they're happy, they'll be us. Men are worse than women in that way. Women feel like we support, like, I have plenty of married friends and I'm like so supportive of their relationship and I'm like not married, right? I would never do anything to sabotage that. But men, I swear, are selfish, and if they're single, they want their friends single. So keep on looking like a predator thinking you're a player. It ain't cute, and girls don't think you're cute either. Girls are becoming men in a way. Like, they think you're washed up too. Like, they'll throw you to the side if they think you're too washed.
Now, I really need you to tell the young girls too to stop going after these guys in their 30s to pay their bills. Yeah, that's right. We said that. Yeah, we said that.
Did you know there are 3 foods you should never stockpile, especially for a crisis? I'm Steven with 4 Patriots, and today I'm going to tell you exactly what food.
That's right. We said that. Yeah, foods. We said that.
I got completely ready for a date, drove 30 minutes to the date, sat in the parking lot for 2 minutes, turned around, and went right back home. And I know it sounds like I just stood this dude up, or I saw him and I didn't like what I saw and left. That's not the case. Exactly what happened. Okay, so here's the backstory. Even though I've said a million times I've done the dating apps, it's just realistically for me, it's hard to organically meet somebody. And so I made a Facebook dating account today, and which I will be deleting. And I matched with this guy, and I thought he was cool. I mean, he looked nice. And we're texting a couple times, and he goes, hey, you know, are you busy tonight? Like, did you want to just meet up instead of just like the small talk on here? And I was like, sure, screw it. Like, I'm free. Why not? Let's be adventurous, I guess. Here's the thing. I asked for his first and last name, and all he did was send me a screenshot of his Facebook. I didn't know that he spelled his last name backwards on Facebook. I should have known because it was like kind of like a weird last name, but I was like, well, I mean, maybe it's just like a name I've never heard of. So I live in Indiana, and in Indiana there's something called mycase.gov. I don't know how many other states have it, but anyway, you can go to mycase. It's mycase.in.gov, and you can put in somebody's first and last name, or you can just put their last name if it's like a, you know, kind of an uncommon last name. I put his information in, and nothing came up. I was like, okay, cool, he's clean. And then I thought about it. I was like, wait, on the dating app it says that he works for this company So maybe that name is actually his last name. And I did see a couple things that popped up, but a lot of it was just like traffic violations. So I was like, well, it's not bad. Like, I feel like most people are gonna get a traffic violation at some point in their life. And I was already getting ready. I'm like, man, I'm kind of like running late, you know, whatever. Like, I think he seems like a good guy. Every other person that I've ever met from a dating app, I mean, I know their mom's name, possibly where they live. Like, this is the one time I did not go, like, CIA investigative mode. But my mom did, because something in her mind goes, wait, something feels weird. And thank God for my mom, for Mama Bing Bong, I'm gonna tag her right there. She is looking into this man the entire 30 minutes that I'm driving, and there are pages and pages and pages and pages, and she's like, I'm pretty sure this is him, because you could see a lot of stuff on that. And she's like, you know, a lot of the descriptions on here are matching about what you told me about him. As I'm pulling into the parking lot, she goes, do not go inside. He has several charges for battery, strangulation, several charges for breach of privacy, which I'm...
Yeah, we don't really have to go that far into it, man. You just match with just a dude that just likes to get violent, like to lay his hands. That's pretty much it. It's the chance that you take on these dating sites, bro. That's what I say. It's better to... Why not go out and put yourself in an environment where you can actually meet someone organically and really feel them out, right? I get it. You want everybody is really into the microwave dating process where they just want to go out and use these apps, but really, come on, man. Like, I don't see a lot of success in that. I really only know one couple that's happily married right now that met on the website. Other than that, everybody else that I know is like literally met organically within the work zone, friend zone, whatever, you know, friend network, whatever, you know. But you gotta take these chances, right? You take these chances, but nonetheless, this is not every guy. So, you know, I feel like, man, you know, a lot of times we take these chances on these dating websites, and then we go blame the world that every guy's like this. I gotta be careful. You might be whatchamacallit, like the last guy. And then men will be like, man, you know, she probably looking to pay the bill like the last woman. Everybody's not a one size fit all. We always want to move forward with that thought process until proven wrong. But always have your guard up still. It's tough. Moving out there in the dating world is very unknown. Just not hit it off. You're not really ready to take chances or risks, because really, every time you date someone for the first time, it is taking a chance, it's taking a risk, right? You just want to play it smart, you know, let your people know, right? If you're going on a date, right? If you're not really that, you know, I get it, women want to, like, say, hey, I'm going to this location. I'm meeting this guy, here's what he looks like, here's his number, just in case, share my location, those type of things. Men, I don't think men doing that. Men, are y'all really sharing y'all location when y'all go on the first date? Or y'all like, look, man, I'm about to pull up right here, and see this girl just met. Like, you don't even really know what y'all get into, man. I think, yeah, I think we guys, y'all gotta, y'all might have to start sharing your location just in case, bro. But nonetheless, man, it's more so weird world out there. I'm still getting tongue-tied. I'm still getting tongue-tied. What the hell is in my coffee? Y'all, let's just get to the next clip. God damn it.
Most people are too lazy to do this, but it saves homeowners a fortune.
Most women are overly dramatic. They know how to lie to you. They know how to be deceptive. They know how to change the narrative to be the victim. And we are so good at it, which is why you have to use what I call the minimize, maximize rule. Let me explain. You use this rule, I promise you that you will be able to decipher and understand what actually happened when a woman is telling you a story. Because we are so good at convincing you guys that we are the victim, and sometimes we're not the victim. We're just so used to getting our way and gaining sympathy and getting what we want if we are the victim in most situations. And just a side note, you can absolutely validate a woman's experience. You don't have to invalidate her, but you can dial it back and know that she's being overly dramatic about situations to gain more sympathy. All of the dramatic parts of a story that a woman is telling you, you need to minimize that by 3. What do I mean? When she says he's verbally abusive, does she just mean that he's being an asshole? But she tells you that she was emotionally abused. Does that mean that he is fault for her over-dramatic presentation and her fake tears? Even though she ignored his physical needs throughout the entire relationship, and that's the part that she's not going to tell you. When she says he was narcissistic, it means that she couldn't control him, she couldn't control the narrative, and she couldn't get him to listen to her. When she tells you that her ex was financially abusive, sometimes you gotta ask yourself, was he trying to control her spending because she has poor spending habits? Over dramatizing every situation to gain sympathy and placing other people that we could do. All of the stories you need to minimize by she'll tell her ex didn't give her enough of attention, but the parts that she leaves out is she didn't feel like he gave enough attention because she was getting attention from guys in her DMs. She'll say that she was unhappy the entire relationship, but she'll leave out the parts where she was comparing herself to other people on the internet or comparing herself to her newly divorced friends or even friends that are happily married. And ask her, how many of her friends are newly divorced? Because who has gotten in her ear to convince her to break up her last relationship or her marriage in the first place? She'll say her ex was controlling, but maybe he refused to put up with her disrespect. She'll say he always raised his voice, but maybe he was just trying to reiterate a boundary and an expectation that she wasn't listening to or hearing because she always wanted to challenge his expectations. She'll say that her ex was rude, mean, and selfish, but she'll leave out the parts where she was condescending, belittling, and passive aggressive, which is why all of the drama that she tells you, you need to minimize it by 3. The only exception to any of this is when you have to maximize this rule by 3. So for example, if she says that she has high standards, just know that if you're ugly or just basic average, you need to multiply those standards by 3. But if you're an attractive guy, you need to minimize those standards by 3. Because standards get minimized if she finds you more attractive. When she tells you that she's in debt, this is another example of where you're going to maximize the expectation, and you're not going to maximize it by 3, you maximize it by 5. Unless she shows you proof otherwise. And the same rule applies for her body count. If she tells you a number, multiply that by 3. So you should always be using the maximize, minimize tool in situations for women because we are overly dramatic and we make up these narratives and these stories in our head to convince ourselves that we are the victim, and it works every single time. And 9 times out of 10, you will believe these women because we are so good at deception. Okay, bye.
Sarah back at it with another hot take, bro. But I really like the caption. Women, just people in general. But you know, I feel like women can get away with victim mentality. Excuse the camera. Way more than men can. And y'all probably gonna be mad at me for saying that, but women can get away with victim mentality way more than men can. Why is that saying that? Let's just say, you know, y'all get into domestic disputes and she calls the cops. All she has to say is, he put his hands on me. Done. They didn't have to. There's not even need evidence, bro. Like 9 times out of 10, you might go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's just one example. But yes, they can skip over every part that doesn't favor that mentality, that doesn't favor that outcome, that where they can play the victim and get away with it. Man, I see it in restaurants. I see it in relationships. I see it in retail, man. I see it out in the wild, man. I see it out on video games, brother. Like, man, it's a painted picture, and it's everywhere. It's not something that you can not get along with. But really, when you start getting to that mentality, and as men, as we start asking the questions like, wow, you know, why or how? Like, tell me how did you get this feeling? Tell me how did you get this part? Give me more than one reason. Don't give me something that happened 2 years ago, or, you know, saying like, why do you feel this way? They really get to a point where they just shut up and start going extra hard, right? And then, like, they can't even provide you with an example of why they feel like they've been taken advantage of and this is happening or whatever it is. Now, for those that legit have reasons, I feel for you. But for those playing victim, y'all gotta stop. For real.
Next time you see this plant in your backyard, don't cut it down, because this is the best natural painkiller you'll ever find.
you ever caught yourself wondering if that one woman, the one who's
Hello? ass lady. These schools. Can't keep it under control. Oh, damn, she's on. My bad. Hello? Hello? Jeremiah. I'm good. How you doing? They had me fill out a whole bunch of stuff. I'm surprised you only got the first prompt that they sent me. You didn't get the journal notes from last night or the night before? Well, it's all good. Listen, I'm just having some. I thought it said goals and stuff to share with your therapist, but I don't know how it works. Hey, I apologize. That was my fault. I'm trying to adjust this headphone. Yeah. So. Drive tractor trailer all the time. He has missed 24 days to school and he's been late 55 times. He'll be 8 next week. Truancy has stepped in and some other things, but in order for me to get my son, I would have to dissolve my business, my trucking business, get home, get a regular job, I'm able to take him where he needs to be all the time. And that's before I even custody arrangement and get back to court. So all these other things have to be in line before I can try to fight for my son. And they told me that this isn't that big of a deal court-wise, so I probably wouldn't get custody anyway. So my problem is I'm having trouble separating problem because all this stuff has to go through her because she has primary custody because I work the way I work. And me hiring someone to pick him up, she'll just have a problem with it. Be like, oh, I don't like them, or I don't want him to go with them. And she lives literally a block from the school. 1 block. I'm not exaggerating. Walk outside, stand at the top of the block and watch him walk into the front door of the school. But she refuses to do any of these things. When the principal's telling me that he's coming home, he's coming to school by himself after the kids have already been to school. So he's getting there late and walking himself down to the school. Like, I'm tripping. And you know, if I call and I throw a fit, it's harassment. Anything I do is a problem. If I withhold child support, I can jeopardize my license and probably go to jail for not paying child support because she ain't doing what she's supposed to do. Because her doing right by the child is not what child support is all about. So no, I don't pay alimony. Yeah, so she thought she was gonna get all this money. She thought she was gonna get a portion of my business, alimony, and child support, and not have to work no more. But good lawyers. Well, I'm necessarily just looking for. I probably already know it's just grin and bear it, just suck it up. You ain't the first, won't be the last to go through shit like this. But it hurts because I don't want to be an older gentleman and give away all my good working years where I had built something before I got divorced and had to give it all up, backpedal, and learn something new. To try to get where I want to be in life, to give my son what he's gonna need when schooling, vehicles, support, financially wise. If I just come home, take a job, making $60K, and I ain't been there for the last 20 years, there's and after, listen. I'd have to be there. Like right now, I could get him 8 days out of the month, and I'm pretty sure I could probably get him half the days out of the month. But my obligations are to pay this truck, which is I need to make about 10 grand a week to pay bills and pay the truck payment. The way things are set up. There's no one. No, that's definitely a great idea because I was thinking that also. If I just have Andy come to the place, take care of him while I'm not there. But I have to have all this stuff set up before I even file for custody. child support, still working their way up working. I gotta have the extra income to support something that might not come to fruition, but it's for the benefit of that situation, which is it's super tight. I'm not gonna lie, like I would need another $2,500 just to pay this nanny to do the job that his mom's supposed to do, and court fees to pay to go back to custody court and time off to do that. Like I'm drained. That's gonna come down on her. It's already coming down on her. But if they deem that she's not fit, either way, like I'll get them. Like that's not a problem. Like I'll resolve all this stuff and do what I have to do. But I don't want to. I mean, I want my son, but I don't want him. I don't want to get him like that. I don't have a choice. I really don't have a choice. So right now, I'm preparing, but I'm trying to come to grips. Well, I already came to grips with the situation, the choice I made with dealing with this woman in the first place. Didn't think it would turn out like this, but you don't know until you know. I mean, the signs were there, but there was some signs that, hit or miss. Fact. Yeah, hindsight's always 20/20. I mean, these things. I married her when I was like 30, so we was married for 10 years. It's we get tired of each other's it's all that. So it's funny too because a year or 2 years before this happened, her cousin got divorced and she got alimony and child support, so she got the nice car and go to work. And I guess they still was hanging out tight. And she thought she could pull the same scam on your boy. So it was like it didn't turn out. So now it's boo boo, woe is me. I'm depressed. I can't get a job. The whole shebang. Different dynamic too. Like those are totally different people. Grew up different jobs, different lifestyles, different education. It's not the same. Yeah, that's what I'm preparing for. And dilemma with the situation, right? With the way that you laid it out, because I was thinking about this same thing. This is not the first time this happened. She had lost a place before. We had to get her housing situation. So the nanny thing. When child services gets involved, they're not going to hand the child off to a lady in the service. I have to be there consistent. You know what I mean? So I can't say I got a nanny to watch them when she first comes. I have to be in a position where I got the place, I got the job. So I've already scoped out, and basically as soon as I want to go, I can go to a city job. Ain't the best, got good benefits, but I could go, like right now, and get a place. But then all this hard work that I've done for the last 6 years of working self-employed, when I'm 2 years away from being done with this truck, and then I can transition, I'm really having a hard time not being like upset at the selfishness of just not getting the baby where he needs to be. Like, all her other kids are grown. Like, the kids, the older boys are all 16 and older. She just has him. Like yeah. Child services are already involved. We have a conference with child services and her and the school at 4 o'clock. So after I'm done with you, that's next. And if they deem her not fit, like, I'm ready to make the jump, because they will give him to me like instantly. And if I'm not there though, thinking that for Hershey, Pennsylvania got a great program. I was looking into that too. That's right. That's why there's ways to get around it. I just need cooperation from the opposing party. And if she gets herself disqualified, I'll have full range of motion to move. But if she doesn't, I have to keep going. That's right. I don't want to put that big of a stress on him because I'm not there. I'm not always there. Like, I'm there like twice a month, and I get him for the weekends, his birthdays, stuff like that. But then him not having his mom, where she's always there. I mean, he's only 8. What has to happen, but I'm trying to forego stressing my boy out. But he's not privy to this information, but I mean, kids are smart though. They kind of pick up on things. That's right. Can't help but to listen because she's only in a little thin-walled apartment. Yeah, he knows. Yeah, I mean, I was referring to the truancy in school situation. What she says is what she says, especially what she has. He's very smart. He's attentive. He knows what's going on. No, last week he got in trouble, but it was a misunderstanding. A teacher heard some other kids saying something and he got caught up in it. They found out it wasn't him, but he was, he's around that. It's like it's gravitating towards that. And I don't want that to happen to my boy either. Most of it's overhead until all of it's not. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm paying $2,600 a week for the truck. So the truck need to gross between 7 and 10 for me to make any money. that's actually a good thing. They can get up off of butt and get to work. No more just sponging. Yeah, they'll be 8 next week, 13. Well, yeah, because the goal is to get this truck paid off, put somebody in this truck, get my authority, and get some more trucks on the road and work, remotely. That's the goal. That's been the goal. Even if I had one driver in a paid truck, I could pay him and myself and go get a part-time job and have all the time in the world and fun to do whatever I need to do with my son. I'll be able to pick him up from school, drop him off from school, go to baseball, football, whatever sport he's playing, do the homework, talk about whatever, go to extracurriculars, and be the dad he deserves, because I had him 7 years into the marriage. Like, it wasn't like, and I took care of her and her other children. They lived with me. And then all of a sudden, when he come along, he got to get the short end of the stick. And I'm like, nah, I gotta do something. Like, so with the divorce and everything, it was set up that he gets all of me, and she doesn't get to suck on my resources anymore. So that was step one, and I was able to do what I'm doing now. But now it's like she's putting me in a position where she's trying to take that away too, which I don't understand, because that'll ruin her bread and butter in this. Either way, if she messes up, she gets no more. Like she's sabotaging herself, which is crazy. So. Emergency mode. If I just gotta go home, back. Well, I set it up at the school where he has people come in and half of lunch and half of recess, get him up the par. So he's there, but he's still not. You know what I mean? Like there's still days where he's not there, and then he has to miss time in school with the other kids. So it's hurting him. He is a little behind, but he's not in trouble of failing. He's like a B student right now, but at 7 years old, in second grade, he shouldn't have to go through this shit. Just bothering. He's really bothering. Yeah, I have counseling for him set up at the school. Yeah, I set up a lot for him, trying to get him through this stuff because I know that I'm not there. So I'm trying to delegate. I'm trying to use whatever resources I can at my disposal to help him get everything he needs. And I just got to figure out how to get him to school. Because if he gets to school, the help's there. I had it all set up, the help's there. But that just... And he'll be around other children with the same situation. Actually, his cousins have gone to the same school because they were in a situation with their dad and their mom at the time, some years ago. So I know the process. I have to get her on board because I don't believe that she wants to do anything. I believe she's just using him as more of like a support animal than a son. She's worried about her own feelings and well-being than his. Paying his rent at the moment. That's what I'm doing. right now because I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to stir nothing that doesn't need to be stirred. But I also do have a plan to keep my son whole, and I want him to be. I don't want him to feel abandoned by sending him to school. You know, he's gonna make friends. He's gonna be taken care of. It's just I got sent away. I went to Christian Academy when I was like 14 and felt abandoned. So I can imagine at 8 years old. But my parents were different. My mom was like 15. My dad wasn't involved. And no one came to get me on the vacation. So I stayed up there by myself. But he ain't going to have that situation. Like, he went in because he got me from the gate. But, you know, you try to make it better than what you had. Man, this fucking hurts. Yeah, can't protect that. Yeah. Exactly. He doesn't. It's just come home, play video games, and I call and be like, Mom, what are you doing? Get up off your butt, help him with the little 2 minutes of homework. I don't feel good. I'm tired. Nah. Why am I talking to you like you're a teenager? Get up and help him with his stuff. Like, this is draining me. Like, it's making me tired. I have to help my son. I gotta save my boy because she's hurt. You can't raise young men like this. And I'm at the crossroads. If I can't get him where I need him to be at Hershey, then I'll just be coming home. And right now. It's gonna get messed up, yeah. No, I can't do that. I'll drop this shit today. Y'all gotta come pick this up. Just file bankruptcy, come get this shit. Let's go. Chop. Yeah, I can gas him up. That's not a problem. Brave and strong all day long. No. That's a fact. Gotta take care of him. You know that. I come through. off too many times, and I'm still in the situation I'm in with this business because I chose to have a family. You know, I chose, you know, go take care of your family. Come home once or twice a month. Your family get everything they need, everything, not wanting for nothing, and it all gets thrown away. I don't, you know, I can't try to wrap my mind around it. I just need to control what I can control right now. Not much. Yeah. Yep. That's plenty of time. Yeah, because that'll be good. Because if I can get him in there, I can get a place in Hershey. That's not a problem. I'm home. I drive all over the country. I can stay anywhere in the country I want to. Won't hurt a thing. I can get a house right down the block. Anytime I come home, right here with Dad. That's right. I can sort it and budget it. Yep, I can set it up, and I'm gonna call my lawyer and see if I can get a third power leverage on this thing, because you know they tend to work better when you're dealing with the courts. You got someone that speaks that language. This has been very productive. I appreciate the time today. I really do. I needed to talk to another brother about some life. Yeah, that sounds like a good follow-up. Hey, could you pronounce your name for me? Allende. All right, Allende, thank you. You too. Bye for now.